What's up, fam? This is the day the Lord has made, and we're here to rejoice and be glad in it. I want to welcome you back to the Hope TV as we're presenting today the Financial Freedom broadcast. It's certainly a pleasure and an honor and a privilege to have you to view this program on today. It's my prayer that you're safe and that you're prospering, that you're being healthy, and that you're looking forward to coming out of this pandemic unscathed. I want to thank you for your support of the Hope TV, and if you've been blessed by the program, any program of the Hope TV, consider subscribing to the channels, following the pages, liking, and sending those links to people that you think can benefit most from it. Your support so far has been absolutely overwhelming, and I'm grateful to you. Those of you who are watching via Apple TV, Roku TV, and now Twitch, as well as Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Periscope, the House Hope Atlanta page, the eDuke website, and as well as the House Hope Atlanta app. Thank you so very much for your support. It means the world to us. We just want to bring empowerment and some inspirational content and have an aspect of entertaining faith that can inspire and inform and equip you for the life that God has prepared for you. Today, I'm excited about financial freedom because we have invited someone back to the platform because he's such a resource and such a wealth of knowledge and information shared with us incredibly. Many of you who didn't see the first episode with him on it, you need to go back and check it out. He's been pastoring for 40 years. He is civically engaged. He served as the Secretary of State of the state of New Jersey. And he's led his church into a program of economic revitalization and empowerment that has literally changed the world. And from a ministry that he started with this church there in New Jersey, it's now grown into a global moment of empowerment, the D-Free Ministries. And I'm so happy to have back with us today our brother and our friend, Dr. DeForest Soares. How you doing, Dr. Soares? Welcome back to Hope TV and Financial Freedom. How are you, sir?
You got to slow down. You know, a lot of us responded to this pandemic initially by going virtual and changing the way we do what we do. But what I found in my own life and what I've been watching you do is respond as if this is a sprint. And you know, if you're running a sprint, you put all into it 100% because you're not going to be running that long. But this, I think by now people know this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. We don't know exactly how long this pandemic is going to last. We don't know when it's gone, if it's really gone. And so guys like you are going to have to pace yourself because we may never get back to what we used to consider normal. And we're going to need to have a long distance strategy and not just a short-term perspective. So I want you to pace yourself. You can't do 8 shows every day live yourself because that's not sustainable. So I'm doing fine, and I want you young guys to really be careful because you want to think through the sustainability of your model and of your strategy. But having said that, I admire you, I respect you. That's why I'm willing to come on with you on about 92 seconds notice and hang out with you today. So God bless you, man.
Well, exactly what you said, I completely concur and share with our team and everybody who's involved. I'm not going to be doing this by myself, and
Right.
It's so important because you're exactly right. This is a marathon, and I don't think it'll ever be back to normal. And
No, I don't
it's
think
going
we'll
to be
ever
a new
be
normal
back
has to
to
be
what.
developed. And so you're exactly
That's
correct.
right, new norm.
You know, we were talking earlier about the impact that this is going to have on your ministry and my ministry and ministries everywhere, just even in terms of the people that you've had to bury over the past few weeks. People don't realize that. And I think that's important, though, because I think even that has not just a grieving aspect on the church, but even a financial aspect of the church in terms of you having to bury 20 people. I mean, can you talk
That's
about
right.
that for a moment and just what that's done to you emotionally as a pastor?
Sure. You know, shifting to virtual services really wasn't hard. We've been streaming 20 years. And like you, we've invested in our technological infrastructure. I got a full-time technology person on staff. And so shifting how we do worship, changing how we do prayer meeting, Bible study, Sunday school. I mean, that was pretty much a flip of the switch. Now, it was different for a lot of people, but in terms of an operation, we didn't have to do much to add to who we are and what we have. Financially, we've done well. People have been giving online through the years, and many of our older saints are mailing checks in. The greatest stress factor on the church, on the culture, and on my ministry has been these deaths. We're getting 2 to 3 deaths a day. Either church members, in large churches like ours, Pastor, we get it all, and so we get a multiple of what's normal, or it's family members of church members. And when you have a high performing church, church members expect the church to respond to their needs, even if the need is not sitting in the pews. And so typically what we would do is dispatch officers, we would dispatch clergy, we would have food taken to the house, we would gather. You know how we do it. I mean, Black folk take death very seriously, and that's when our community really comes together. The inability to do that has been, I think, the most dramatic aspect of this season. We have people in nursing homes that shut down for visitation a month ago. And so we've got family members who have not been able to see their loved ones in nursing homes, only to wake up to a telephone call from a nursing home administrator to say, your mom is dead. This has been a traumatic impact, and I think we're going to need a spiritual, therapeutic remedy for this for months, if not years to come. Having to do a funeral by Zoom, having a funeral on Facebook Live because you can't allow more than 10 people in the room. This has been stressful. It's been traumatic. One of my wife's high school classmates died this morning, and his wife has never paid a bill. His wife has never had to handle business. His wife doesn't even know who to call. So it's this in-depth aspect of ministry that really tugs on not just your time, but tugs on your emotions, and it really reduces us from what the public sees when they see us preaching to crowds and being on TV. We're down to the most finite dimension of ministry, which is pastoral care for people who are bereaved. It's a phenomenal season, and only God can give us the strength to do all of what we do and to tend to that with integrity.
You know, it's amazing that you said that, just the emotional trauma, of losing people and not being able to see people as a pastor who cares for the people. And I was thinking about it, and this was why I wanted to talk to you today, because I think, not only do we have to, we're adjusting in terms of how we provide pastoral care this season, as the things you just mentioned, but my concern, and what I've been really prayerful about, is when we look at D-Free and what you did in terms of establishing that program, eliminating over $1 million worth of debt within your congregation in less than a year, and expanding that and developing curriculum, and now it's gone globally. It deals a lot with that individual, and with that person. People are freed up. They can be more of a blessing to the community in terms of what they invest, etc. But I was really wanting to talk to you today because I think that what you have instilled in terms of principles for D-Free in many ways now may need to be applied to churches, because what you've done at First Baptist and what others have done and what we're trying to get to is how do we create that margin, not just for individuals, but within the institutions and within the churches. Because now I think as we go forward, I think it's a good time now for churches to reconsider what we've done, what we've invested in, and how can we move forward so that when we come out of this, when the next COVID-19 occurs, we'll have more margin in order to do ministry. So what do you suggest today for churches in terms of reducing expenses during this time as we prepare to get back to whatever the normal is going to be?
Yeah, it's interesting you would say that, because I hadn't really thought about it until you said it. I actually wrote a chapter for my book on the institutional implications of D-Free and my publisher didn't include it because my publisher wanted the book to focus on the individual. And I have thought in the past about publishing it as a little booklet myself for pastors. Here's the point. We say to people, you should have 6 months of cash available, because if something happens, like this pandemic that was unforeseen, like this shutdown of jobs, millions of people without work, if something happens and you have to make a transition personally, you should be able to live without income for 6 months. Well, that principle is now urgent for churches. You know, I preached at the National Baptist Convention twice a year for 3 years. They just stopped inviting me. I was telling them, I told them, listen, if your church is living Sunday to Sunday and your members are living paycheck to paycheck, then one little incident, one little crisis, one hurricane, one bad blizzard, one economic trauma can wipe you out. And as you know, many of our churches are living Sunday to Sunday. And it doesn't take a pandemic for most of our churches. It takes a bad snowstorm, a hurricane to really throw us in the tailspin. The other principle that we teach in D Free that your members have really bought into is to live below your means. And many of us allow our vision to undermine our budget. That some vision is unaffordable. And just because God told you to do it doesn't mean God told you to go into debt trying to do it. And so what we've tried to teach churches, I'm working with a church right now that has a significant decrease in revenue even before COVID-19, that if it's right for our members to live below their income, it's right for our churches to live below our income. And so in our budget at First Baptist, we budget to spend 90% next year of what we brought in last year, which guarantees that our growth will give us a good 20% surplus every single year. We've had a surplus every year at First Baptist since 2005, because we plan to spend less than we bring in. That's after salaries, that's after mortgage, that's after missions, it's after giving to Lot Carey and other organizations. We plan to have that on the side. And so if our church had been shut down completely for the rest of this year with no virtual worship, we could have survived and paid salaries because we have a reserve. And that's what I want pastors to take seriously. Now, what it means is what we had to do, we had to stop letting folk eat every time we had a meeting. We were spending thousands of dollars on food because we got this beautiful kitchen and this nice fellowship hall. And so every time the ushers met, every time the nurses met, every time the missionaries met, they wanted to have a meal. We had a full-time chef. So I took, long before the pandemic, I turned the full-time chef into part-time chef, and we have strategic meals now. Jesus ate a lot, but he didn't eat all the time, you know. So we have to start looking at every expense category and do institutionally what we've been teaching people to do individually, and that is to find our spending leaks. Find out where are we spending money that we really don't need to spend to fulfill the mission and the mandate that God gave to us.
Wow, it's absolutely, that's an incredible rubric that every year your budget is based on 90% of the income from the previous year. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, sir.
And so that automatically gives you margin there, and in anticipated growth would all go to savings. Let me ask you this, because I think that's I'm gonna appropriate that this year as we start our budget preparation for 2021. I'm gonna follow that model because we've been putting some things in place. As you know, we just entered in a building program 10 years ago, and it's been pressure after pressure. I've never had more intense pressure in my life in the past 10 years, but I do know going forward, you know, I want to be able to, I want to come out of this and go back to that same amount of pressure. So how do you prepare going forward? And you talked about eliminating certain expenses. is there any more? You talked about meals. What else did you do, or what other areas do you think churches can look into their budget to eliminate um, in terms of creating more margin? What do you think is, I don't know if you have thought about a preconceived rubric that you would utilize. What's needed in terms of church budget?
Well, we also made a change in our health insurance. Health insurance is just astronomical. And for years, the church paid for 100% of the health insurance for all of our staff. And what we began to do was have the staff, we started with 5%. And then we've gone up to, I think, it's 7.5%. But we looked at that. And every single expense, we stopped buying flowers. We used to buy flowers just every Sunday, just nice, and they're beautiful. But you can get yourself some plastic flowers, Doc, that look just as nice as real flowers. And you don't have to water them. You don't have to change them. And if you do want seasonal flower, you can get some, put them in the closet, bring them out. And I have not gotten one complaint because of plastic flowers. People watch us online. Nobody say, well, I would watch you if y'all spent more money on flowers. you know, we go line by line, and I review it every Friday. Every Friday, I get a 7-page financial report of every penny we spend on anything. And I don't wait till the budget for next year. I look at it this year, too much money on anything. I want to make sure that we arrest it, because we can't live as if we don't have a financial responsibility. Yeah. So we look at everything from insurance to flowers to food. Lord knows we were spending money on food. I mean, I don't know what it is about the Black church. We just want to eat every time we gather. We want to eat, and we want the church to pay for it. So we're pretty lean. We still support missions. We built houses in Haiti. We're building a church in Ghana. So, God does provide. But, he told the prophet Haggai, he said, y'all are putting money in bags with holes. So you put the money in the top and it falls out the bottom. So what you want to do is close up the holes to ensure that the church is using its money in a responsible way. I was sitting here while we were getting ready, just thinking about this. The name of this broadcast is Financial Freedom. You can't have freedom if you don't acknowledge that you're in bondage. The only reason to promote freedom is to break the back of bondage. And the Bible says that the borrower is in bondage. The borrower is slave to the lender. But we see bondage in racial terms only. And the reality is there is some racial bondage. We know that. No one knows better than Black folk about racial bondage. But there's also spiritual bondage, and there's also financial bondage. And until we are willing to identify the bondage that we're in, there are a lot of things we just don't need personally or institutionally, but we do it because we do it because we do it. And I think this pandemic is going to force us to rethink everything we do and to assess whether or not it is really critical. Is it a want or is it a need? Is it a want or is it a need? Theologically, doing what I told your folks when I was there, this whole idea of wants and needs. I never knew that people had failed to give serious attention to wants versus needs. So in our workbook, the D3 workbook has a whole page where we ask people to list their wants and list their needs. And the first time I did that, I could see these young millennials scratching their head. They had never given concrete thought. Now let's look at the theology. Forget the economics. Let's look at the theology. The Bible says that God will supply all of our needs according to his riches and glory, right? Needs. But if I've never distinguished between my wants and my needs, I could believe that God in the word lied, because I've been praying for 20 years and God has not provided it. But what I've been praying for is not a need, but a want. And if God has provided my need, but I haven't acknowledged it because I'm confused between my need and my want, I've got a theological crisis based on the lack of ability to distinguish between wants and needs.
My God, my God. That is absolutely rich, sir. Wow. You know, man, that is so important. So every Friday you get a report of the
Every
expenses.
Friday,
You go
y'all.
through it yourself and you
I
make a
go through it
decision.
personally. It's year to date. It's income compared to budget, income compared to last year this time, plus or minus, and then it's for the whole year, and then it's 7 pages, and then I look at how we're doing compared to how we said we were going to do, and by Monday morning, any adjustments that need to be made get announced in staff meeting, and we make the necessary adjustments. Absolutely, every
That's
week.
great. Let's talk. You talked a lot about, and I thank you for your time because I know you're incredibly busy. But I trust you. I trust you as a pastor, as a leader, as a thinker, and I just don't. In this season, we need trusted voices, trusted, experienced voices who has been there, done that. And I give
Mhm.
our producers room to kind of bring people on. But if I don't trust them, I just don't believe in bringing them to the platform because I think it's critical.
No, I'm with you, man. I
Uh,
trust you too. I trust you too.
so in terms of anything that churches can do in terms of multiple streams of income, or what do you think you've done? I know as a byproduct of you helping to decrease people's debt in First Baptist, that
Yeah.
it has helped the revenue in the church to increase. But are there any other suggestions or things that you've experienced that pastors can do, strategies that they can implement that will help increase revenue or develop more streams of revenue? That's what I want to get into as you get ready
Yeah.
to log
Yeah.
off and get to the other meeting. But I want to just get that because I think it's twofold: it's decreasing debt, but also increasing revenue. So, any strategies, anything from your experience that you've done to increase revenue and to diversify the revenue?
Yeah. You put your finger on this thing, and prior to coming on, your folk told me that you wanted to talk about streams of income. And I don't talk about myself much, especially with people that I don't know and trust, but I know and trust you. So I decided, first time, I'd never done this before today. I decided to literally write down my streams of income because historically I'm a pastor, but I had a small church. They couldn't afford to pay me what I needed for a wife and twin sons. And so we had an arrangement, as long as they on Sunday and did my job, that, they didn't tamper with my teaching or preaching out. And most of my extra revenue came from preaching. So it was pastoring and preaching. But look at where we are today. You can't preach out. So if my only extra income came from preaching out, there's no place out to go. So I started some years ago with this whole multiple streams of income personally. And as a result of your invitation today, I realized I have 13 streams of income, which means that my outside speaking is gone, but I got 12 more streams. And none of those streams require leaving home. I've got an online course that I license to a website, and they pay me every 3 months to have their members watch it. So nobody does this better than T.D. Jakes. T.D. Jakes, I bet if he were to sit down, he probably had 36 streams of income. So if it's good for me, it's good for the church. And what I'm preparing to do now, in the next few weeks, I'll let you know about it. We're going to have a webinar for churches to talk about using their land. There are churches all across the country. I've got a church in Lake Charles, Louisiana, that owns 8 acres of land right downtown across the river from a major commercial development. You've got land right behind your building. When I came to your building, I saw that land back there. I said, I hope the church owns all of this. We've bought land, which is how we protected our neighborhood from gentrification. And we built 120 houses. We built senior housing. And so for churches that own land, I want them to figure out ways to either develop the land or form partnerships with people and co-develop the land and let the land work for them. You know, when Ruth was instructed to Naomi to go over and glean from the field, Boaz owned the land. And if we own the land, then we should make the land work for us. And there's no better time than the present to have churches monetize the land and, by the way, use the development of that land for economic purposes that benefit our members and their businesses. So the first thing I would say is that what churches should not do is to use outside income to sustain its core business. But to the extent that churches have assets that the church has bought, assets that the church has inherited, we should become the developers or the co-developers of land, and that land can be a great blessing. Not only our churches, but our colleges. Look at what happened down in Texas. Which college was it? Was it Wiley College? Where they turned the football, they couldn't afford a football team. So they turned the football team into a farm. And now the students have internships and part-time jobs farming on the land, and the Dallas Cowboys and NFL buy their collard greens and food from the college. The land was just sitting there. So I think as a priority, we need to look at the assets we have, particularly the real estate assets, and develop strategies to develop that land. God is not making any more land. And land is what we need for housing, it's what we need for businesses, and it's what we need to generate revenue.
Wow. So you're going to do, you got a workshop coming in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
That you're going to go in
couple
more
weeks.
detail.
In fact, I've got a call tonight. I've got a call tonight with an attorney who is on my foundation board, and he's pulling together the details for us. And we're going to have investors come on the webinar to explain to churches what they're looking for to bring their investment capital to partner with churches to develop land. Yes, sir.
That's absolutely incredible. And again, I know you got something coming where you're going to go in more detail, but just dropping that one nugget so far has positioned us and kind of got some leaders to reimagine what they could do, what they have. And I just thank you for, most importantly, your time, because I value time. Second, I thank you
my
for
time is yours.
Your accessibility, being accessible to us. And then most importantly, your example and your experience, because I think if you want to become something, you gotta model it, you gotta see it. And the more you're around greatness and the more you're around experience that's seasoned and that's mature and proven, then those principles and those qualities can certainly be transferable. So I just want to thank you again just for your time, because I know you're incredibly busy. Is there any one last word? Because we're going to certainly make sure we push and make our audience available of the workshop when it's coming next time very aggressively. But if there's anyone, one last word of wisdom or encouragement,
one last
pastors
word,
and churches who are trying to navigate.
My last word is this. I intend to retire from First Baptist on November the 15th. And the one desire I have before I leave is for E. Dewey Smith to come to New Jersey and preach from that pulpit. That's my last.
Well, you gotta ask me for a hard thing. That's ask me something hard. That's simple. You just say the word.
Well, but let me say this though. Let me say this. Paul told the Corinthian church that God always has a way out. And that's really my last word. I don't care how difficult the challenge. I don't care how thin the offerings get. I don't care how long the pandemic lasts. God has already created a way out. There's a way out. And our faith in God should not be limited to God blessing us with what we want today. But our faith in God should give us the assurance that there is a way out, and on the other side of every storm, there's a better day than the day before the storm. So that's my word, especially the pastors, who lose sleep over this stuff. See, our deacons and our trustees, they're with us and they pray for us, but they go to bed and go to sleep. And we're up tossing and turning. And if we do go to sleep, we dream about the work. So there's a way out. And sometimes the way to the way out comes from an unlikely source. So hang in there. And, we sing all them songs, the Lord will make a way somehow. He may not come when he want him. Now it's time for all those slogans and all those songs to become our functional reality. Yes, sir.
Listen,
so thank you. Keep doing what you do, but pace yourself, because we
Yes,
need
sir.
you to be a long distance winner. All right.
Yes. Thank you so much. Friends,
All right, sir.
if you haven't been inspired, if you've been watching this and you haven't been inspired by Dr. DeForest B. Suarez, I don't know what to tell you. We're trying to bring you some content, and I know I've been blessed, and every principle I'm like a sponge to every word. We're going to implement it, and what he has done, not just in his church, but in my church and many others across the world, our members have been blessed and empowered. And today we want to empower the institution and the church. And so I hope you've been inspired by it. Dr. Forrest has a webinar coming in a couple of weeks. We're going to keep you abreast of it. And hope you've been impacted, positive by this episode of Financial Freedom. We're going to close this broadcast now, but always remember this. If you be good to God, God will be good to you. We're going to make it through it, one step at a time. Peace. Until next time. God bless you.
God bless you. Bless you, man.
Well, this is the day the Lord has made, and we're here to rejoice and be glad in it. Welcome to the Hope TV. You're here with us for our 7th episode of Marriage Matters. Yeah, 7th episode of Marriage Matters. And if you've been blessed by Hope TV, won't you call a friend, call a relative, call a neighbor, let them know that Marriage Matters is back on the airwaves. We started our first Hope TV broadcast on March 19th. It was called Pastoring in a Pandemic, and we just thought it was going to be one show. And I'm sure we all get on your nerves now because it's grown from one show to 18 shows every week. And our team is just incredible. Fortunately, I don't have to do all the shows myself. I got a great staff, a great team, great ministers and ministry coordinators. So, I mean, who would have ever imagined that one broadcast on March 19th will now turn into 18 broadcasts a week that's touching between 50 to 100,000 people per show. So it's amazing. And I know I'm getting on your nerves with this. But, yeah.
So over it.
Yeah,
so over it.
yeah. We all are. And it's been amazing, though, because I'm working harder now than I was before the pandemic got started. But it brings us joy to try to bring some encouragement. And so if you're watching, if you've not followed us on social media, you can follow us on all things social media at the Hope TV. You can subscribe to the Hope TV YouTube channel. You can like the Hope TV Facebook page, Instagram, Twitter, Periscope. So please pause where you are. I like it. And if you're watching, let us know where you're watching from. Some of your people, some of our folks watching from back home. Macon, GA, shout out to the 478 that's watching. Thank y'all for tuning in today. And those who are watching in from a city and a state, please let us know where you're watching from or which country you're watching from. This is amazing because how God works. Because actually, Andre and the Women of Hope were working on their Women's Weekend for months, really going back to last year, and decided to do something for Women's Weekend. What we call it, Women's Weekend? Women's Week.
Unstuck Women.
Yeah, Unstuck Women's Week. That was actually the first full weekend in March. And they've been working on this for months and decided that on the Wednesday of the Unstuck Women's Week that they do, Andre will host about 10 couples who would come and tell their stories. So on Wednesday night, on March 8th, it was actually, she kind of led that conversation. Letitia Reynolds, shout out to her, Larry Reed, Pastor Sharice Cross. So they put it together. It went so unbelievably well. And I think of you, Vanna White, that night, Oprah, Gail, Phil Donahue, you all them, Sally Jesse Raphael. And she kind of hosted that night. And the response to it was so amazing that people, say, well, can you continue it? So it was a real natural segue because we hadn't done anything couples in a long time. I think you've been doing some women's ministry stuff. So but for the Duke, that was powerful. So here we are. It was like it was preparation for this, and she's amazing. She's incredible. So thank God for Women with Hope and for Andre putting this together back in March, because it's brought us to this time. So anything you want to say to the people?
No, I'm just glad you guys are tuned in, and we have a lot more in store for you.
Yeah, so we want to welcome our guests. We got some incredible couples here. One couple is unique to our church. The man of God is a minister. Hails to us from Memphis, Tennessee, and of course he went to TSU. And his wife is a part of our staff. As a matter of fact, we love him very, very dearly. He actually leads our Ministers of Hope ministry there. He's the coordinator of our ministers. And he's also a pilot with an incredible story. His wife works in mental health, and she works in business management. She's an organizer. They have a beautiful family. And we want to welcome Brian and Matrice Harris, Minister Brian and Matrice Harris, to what's going on, family? Y'all doing good?
Hi.
Good to see y'all, man. That's an ugly shirt, but still, I'm glad to have you here with us, Brian. God bless you. And then last but not least, we have with us another wonderful couple who actually you chose them to be on the Unstuck Women's couple. And we've seen them grow and seen them get married. We were there when they hooked up. I can't wait till y'all hear their story. And he's got roots back in the 4782. What's up, 478? And his lovely wife, they met at church. Don't want to tell you the story, but a beautiful family, beautiful couple. Jay works in security. He works in management. His wife works as an educator, very, very smart. They have 3 beautiful children, and we're glad to have them here with us tonight as well on Marriage Matters. Jay and Ebony, what's going on? How y'all doing?
Hey, we're good.
This is the Atkins family. Like that shirt? All right. So we welcome everybody to Marriage Matters. I want to start tonight we'll start with you, Jay and Ebony, because your story is so unique. What was it? We started a men's basketball league. Yeah, back 2000.
Jay played for the whining team.
Yeah, back in 2011. Jay, at that time, Ebony was employed and ran our media ministry. We did it for almost 10 years. And jack of all trades in the church, came to help me build the ministry, and she was working for the church in administration at the time. And we started a men's league, sports basketball league. I was a coach, and of course Jay played with the opposing team that we hated so much. And so tell this story. I want people to hear this story, how you guys met, because it's a beautiful story, and I want to start off with that story. So I don't know whose I don't know whose side I want to hear first. So tell your side first, then I want to hear Jay tell the truth.
First and foremost, I am going to tell the truth, Pastor. So in 2012, Pastor started Hope Basketball, and I was voluntold that I would be working for the men's league, and we had been doing it for a couple of months, I think, at the time, and it was my job to keep the time. And so one day, it was halftime, and this idiot comes up and smacks the table and was like, "I know you see how many points I got. You can see how many points your boy got." And I was like, "Sir, I don't even know who you are." Like, it was so many men coming in. I didn't know him. And so I was working with my girl Taji at the time, and I was like, "Taji, what was that about?" She was like, "Mm-hmm." So after the game, he came back to the table and, "Sir, can I help you?" And he was like, "I know you hungry. You've been here all day. You want some Zaxby cookies?" And Taji looked at me and she was like, "Is he talking about cookies or cookies?" So that's how we met. He had been coming to the church. I had never seen him at the church. And so it took the Hope Basketball League for us to meet. And that is the gospel. I wasn't thirsty and I wasn't looking.
Well, I don't know if that's the truth or not. I wasn't there. I was coaching at the time. So Jay, I want to hear your side of the story, because Ebony said you hollered at her with offering some cookies from Zaxby's. And was that your line to get?
Well, first and foremost, it was not halftime. It was the end of the game, and I wanted to know how many points I had put on y'all. And I was going to get something to eat, and somebody was like, "Can you bring me some cookies?" So I was like, "Sure." And after them cookies, she had my points ready after every game. I never had to ask anymore how many points I scored. I just walked to the table. And, she was watching me then. The rest is
So a couple things, Ebony. Number one, EJ, that's what I call it, EJ. Number one, you were voluntold. You said I never heard that term before, but I kind of felt some shade when you said it. So you were voluntold that you would be responsible for the basketball league. We had hundreds of men coming out there every weekend, right? And
yes,
so I voluntold you to be down there, right?
Yes. Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes, you did.
Well, just know this: if you had not been voluntold and been obedient, you would have never met your husband. So you tell the Lord thank you, and tell God thank you for your pastor for voluntolding you to sign up at the gym. You know what's another thing beautiful? They got married.
They got married in the gym.
Yeah. So tell the story about y'all wedding. Because they got married in December. In December. Tell the story, because that's beautiful.
So we got married at 11 a.m. on 12/13/14. I teach math, so I like numbers. So 11 a.m. on 12/13/14. And actually where we stood and did our vows is like literally about not even a foot away from where we met, literally where I was keeping score, and where he first came up to me. Anyway, so yes, we got married in the gym where we first met and did a lot of our dating because I still had to be present and accounted for after being voluntold.
I got you. Jay, you told you want some milk and cookies. I got you. Go ahead on with your bad self. All right.
All right, Brian, you and Matrice, tell us your story. How you met, how you fell in love, and how you all got together.
All right. So we,
he's going to tell the PG story.
I'll tell the PG version.
Okay.
No, we're going to hit the R. No, tell it.
Please tell it.
So we both met at Tennessee State. We were at TSU for freshman orientation, and my best friend and I were walking to Gentry Center for the convocation, and he said, "You can have the one on the left." He was going to take the one on the left, and I was going to take the one on the right. And Matrice was the one on the right, and her cousin was the one on the left. But about it wasn't a week later, Matrice had a boyfriend, and they dated throughout the entire time we were in school. So our sophomore year, we took a class together, world history, and Matrice told me she had a dream about me, but she would never tell me what that dream was. So we did our own thing throughout college. Then I went to a club one night with some of my friends from my high school, and Matrice was in there with her cousin, who was a cousin on the left, and I asked her where Matrice's boyfriend was, and she told me they broke up. And so I asked Matrice to dance, and we went on the dance floor. We danced all night, exchanged numbers, and pretty much I was a little slow, so we didn't quite hit it off right after that. She got a little aggressive, which was the rated R version, and then I was hooked, and then so here we are, almost 20 years later, still in love.
Matrice.
What did you do, girl?
Matrice.
Yes.
I thought you were the quiet one.
I am the quiet one, but see, I had just gotten out of a relationship. So we dated a little bit. How do I want to say it? We were just hanging out. Hanging out. Yes, all of a sudden, next thing you know, he was like, "You want to get married?" And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, yeah, we can get married. So I was like, yeah.
20 years later.
Yeah, 20 years later.
20 years later.
Yeah.
That's
Right. You stole her heart with those dance moves.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, the only one who ever teach her was a son of a preacher man.
Evan and Jay, I want to talk to you about this for a moment because one of the beautiful things about your relationship is when you got together, um, Jay had a beautiful daughter. And I know when you initially started to date, that was some adjustments on both your ends. But to see where you were when you got started and where you are now is absolutely beautiful. And I think that can be helpful for others who may be watching in terms of blended family. So can you tell us how you made that work in terms of putting that together in terms of as a family?
And can you start with how you guys did it at the wedding, how you included her in the wedding? Because I cried at that point. So
Yeah, I think everybody cried at that point, even me.
Andre cried? What?
Yeah, everybody was crying.
Wow. So I was asked to turn my sound down. Sorry. My bonus daughter is a daddy's baby, like for real, daddy's girl. And so even though there was an attraction there was not going to be any longevity if I could not get through to Genoa Elon Atkins. And so actually, I think too, for somebody that wanted a family of my own, the kind of dad that he was part of the attraction. And so I couldn't get to him and be successful in any longevity if I could not get through to her. And so at our wedding, there was a part in the service where I presented her with a necklace and essentially vows to her to make sure that I would not replace her mother by any means. Her mother is a very wonderful person, but that I would compliment him and bring her in as my own, because we didn't have children at that point. And so it was a special moment for us to say, hey, look, I'm here for the long run. And you're as much as part of this family and as a part of this package as he and I are. And I meant that. I was very sincere with it. And so I think even to her mother, that was a sign to her as well, that I was serious and that it wasn't going to be this child over here on the side, or that ain't my baby, that ain't that. And once Genoa embraced me, that showed her mother too, because when we first met, she wouldn't look at me, she wouldn't speak to me. She was like, she would walk past me like I was furniture. And so, yeah, so when she came to me and she gave me that first hug, I was like, oh, it's on. I got her now. And so, yeah, she started spending the night and started, hanging out, and we have a great relationship.
So, Jay, what did you do? How did you handle that? How did you navigate that? Because I think, sometimes that's with a single mother, sometimes with a single father, when you come together in the family. Most times it's a single mother who has to acclimate the man. And in this situation is you. How'd you navigate that? And what kind of, insight would you offer to others who are in the situation that you were in?
I mean, for me, it was simple. We would do things like, me and Noah would meet up with Ebony, and maybe go get some ice cream or something. Just not in a house setting. You want to do something outside the house, and it's about just like she said, she can't replace her mother. And I got Noah to understand that. She was maybe about what?
She was 18 months old when we met.
So yeah, it was still early. But so she grew with us as the relationship grew. She got older. So, if those questions, came early, why aren't you at home with me and my mom? So, I think her growing at the same time helped all of us, figure it out. It was new territory to me, because that was Ebony is the first person I dated outside of her mom. So, again, the relationship is everything. Like you can't be with somebody for a long period of time and your child and that person doesn't get up. It will never work. Because some people might say, well, I don't have custody of that child, so I only see him. It'll never work because the way I am, the way Ebony is, we family oriented. We got enough family that friends, if we didn't have no friends, we got enough family. I got a million cousins, and my mama had 10 brothers. It's a lot of us, and Ebony family is the same way. So I think just prayer and making sure it works for you. Because if it didn't work for us, it's no sense of trying to force something that doesn't fit. But in this situation, we all grew together, so it worked out perfect.
Yeah, I want to ask one more thing on that before we move. Because I remember Ebony early on too. It took some while for you to get adjusted, even with with Noah's mom. That wasn't smooth and beautiful at first, initially. So can you talk about that process and how you navigated to get where you are now?
Who you tried it?
They work together. They work at the same school, so they good now.
Everybody got jokes.
So talk about that, Ebony. How was that process?
Originally, unfortunately, and I don't think my bonus daughter's mom would deny it, there was a lot of baby mama drama, and it was unfortunate at the beginning. But I was consistent with my presence. I was consistent with my stance, and so once cooler heads started to prevail, she wanted to meet me, and I wanted to meet her. I think anybody that's going to be around your child, especially your daughter, that was a given. And so we sat down at Zaxby's. We sat down. I just realized that. We sat down at Zaxby's. And we met and we just talked about, what her expectations were for her child and what she wanted, and, the things that she has in place at her home, and the things that I would be able to implement at our home, and what that would look like as far as consistency from home to home and from time to time. And so I think after that meeting, she saw my sincerity about her child. And it still took some time. It still took some growing and some learning on all of our parts and figuring it out. But yeah, we actually do work together currently. Out of all the schools in all the world, we work together. Yes, we do.
Wow,
That's good.
Hey, Pastor, can I say something?
Yeah.
I also want to interject because we too have a blended family. And I have a 25-year-old daughter that I had at Tennessee State. And the previous girlfriend I had prior to Matrice, my daughter couldn't stand. So I knew that pretty much was not going to work. But one bit of advice I want to give to kind of help prevent baby mama drama, something that my daughter's mother and I were able to do. I knew that our relationship as intimate relationship was not going to work. So what we said was, we will be friends and we will raise our daughter together. And once you can do that and not give an expectation that can't be met of that you're going to be with that person, it has relieved a whole lot of stress in my life, a lot of stress in my daughter's life, a lot of stress in my wife's life. My daughter's mother and my Matrice talk all the time. My daughter loves Matrice. My family loves. We all get along. So it's just, if you know you're not going to be able to carry on in a healthy relationship and be committed to that one person, you guys need to come to understanding that we're not going to be together, but we are still going to work together to be parents for our child.
Yeah, while we're on that, Brian and Matrice, I want you all to talk about your story. How I know, like, people always see you the pilot, they see you as the minister, but they don't see the Brian that Matrice had to, kind of nourish and help along, You know what I'm saying, girl?
Yeah, you're Captain Harris
Yeah.
now.
Right. But
I'm
we
gonna
want
tell
to
you, you
hear
won't
from
see
you
that
just
tonight.
Brian. So can
So
you
listen.
all talk about that story?
Yes, we'll talk about that. We would not be, I'm just going to be honest, we wouldn't be married today if it were not for Matrice. Matrice has been, more than patient, more than understanding. I can't even put it into words. It's by Matrice's patience and the grace of God that how we even ended up at the House of Hope. I didn't even think I belonged in church. And then I kept seeing Pastor Smith on TV, and I said, we going to this church. So we came, it was in November. Then we came and we went to the New Year's Eve service. It was 12 caskets across
Right.
and all these hearses. And it was just, he did an illustrative sermon on Job. And it was just, I was like, this is where I need to be. Yeah. And every sermon that he preached, he was about us, talking to us. Yeah. And I still have some growing to do. I still have some growing to do, but I'm in a different place now. And if it were not for having the parents that she has and the parents that I have, who were great examples to this day, I've never seen my parents argue. Here I am, and they've been married over 50 years, never seen them argue. I'm 46. And I don't know too many people that can say that about their parents, but they have raised us to love one another and believe in God. And we put God first, and he continues to bless us. But this marriage is really anchored in Matrice because she is the one that has held it all together the entire time, pretty much the majority of this 20 years we've almost been married.
Yeah, so when did you make a decision that you want to be a pilot?
Oh, well, when I was in the 6th grade, my older brother said he wanted to be a pilot. And like most little brothers, you want to be just like your big brother. So I said, I want to be a pilot as well. And I got involved in a program in Memphis called the Explorer Program. And we met at the Memphis International Airport every Monday night. And I went to Tennessee State, majored in aeronautical technology, but I'd never flown an airplane. I used to be a lifeguard in the summertime, and it was another lifeguard who was a pilot. And he said, you want to go fly on the plane with me? I went home and asked my dad. My dad said no, but I went anyway. So, and people ask me if I've ever been scared to fly. I said the only time I was scared is when I thought my dad might find out I went flying in the airplane. But I was glad I did because I fell in love with it. And graduated from Tennessee State, went to 2 flight schools, flight instructed, and to speak on family and how family supports. I said I wanted to be a pilot, but I necessarily didn't have all the finances. I didn't know any pilots. I didn't even know what to do. I just happened to see a pilot walking through the airport one day. I graduated from college. I was working in insurance. I didn't go to school to be a pilot. And I said, what do I need to do to get to where you are? And he pointed me to a school in Florida called ATP. My parents took out loans to send me to school. But my wife was my girlfriend, Matrice, was in Atlanta, and I was in Florida. So I said, listen, I got to find me a school in Atlanta. But I had pretty much used up all the money for school. So I found a school in Atlanta. I said, I'm going. I don't care what it's going to take. So they accepted me. And one day I didn't have the money to go, but I had a checkbook. I wrote a check. I wrote a $6,000 check, took it to the school, started school, came back home. I told my wife, I was like, I wrote this check for $6,000, and she told me, she said,
you're going to jail.
You're going to jail.
And it's a felony.
So I was just determined to be a pilot. I didn't think anything about it. So we were at that time living with her father and his wife. And she left the room, went down the hallway, had a conversation with her father, and she came back in the room with a check for $6,000. And I took the check, went to school the next day, and I wrote the check out of the wrong account, so I need that check back. Here's the check, and the rest is history. And the rest is history. people see me now, but I had to work. I was working 3 jobs. I worked as a server and a bartender at a restaurant called Houston's. I was flying airplanes. I was doing presentations in elementary schools. My first airline job, I made $19.02 an hour. It was below poverty, but I pressed my way on with the support of my wife, with the support of my family, with the support of her father, and was able to get to my dream job where I am now at FedEx. And she's held it down because I'm gone a lot, and she just makes it happen. It seems like everything breaks or something goes wrong as soon as I leave. So it's like I'm gone for a week at a time, and she has to just handle it. And that she does. She's strong for our daughters who are here watching her. She doesn't break down. She just does it so they see that, you can do this. But when I come home, I gotta, love on my baby and take care of her and pamper her because she's held it down when I was gone. And it really takes a team. If it was not, and she didn't even like to fly airplanes. She didn't like to fly at all. But it just takes a team. And if you can't work together as a team, it's not going to work out.
Matrice, let me ask you this. How did your dad feel, number one, about you? You're married, but you're living with him. And now you come and say, Dad, my husband needs $6,000 for tomorrow. How did you get your dad to go along with that?
I'm going to be honest with you. I am a true daddy's girl. Okay. And he makes it happen. So I remember walking down the hall and I told him, I said, Daddy, Brian's going to jail. I said, he's written this check and he needs the money for school. And my dad saw the determination in Brian, and he knows he's a good guy. He loves Brian. And so he gave me the check. And so I walked down the hall and told Brian, here you go. So yeah, I mean, he just believed in him, and so did I. And like I said, I am a true daddy's girl. So.
Wow, that's amazing. We talk about this whole family support, Eben and Jay. One thing that I love about you, both of you, so much, is that the same thing Matrice and Brian just talked about, I seen it in you. Most recently, a couple of weeks ago, Jay, you're here, and we're supposed to be doing something together, and you get word that your mom is sick down there, Albany, and you got to stop what you're doing in the middle of the pandemic, get down to Albany to try to take care of her. Eben is here holding everything down. Just talk about that, man. How that made you feel in this season, because both of you have been there for each other. But I want to hear about that, Jay, what you just gone through recently with your mom.
Can't hear him.
Keep going.
Okay, so I was actually going to pick Deuce up and bring him back because he was down there for the summer, and I just noticed that my mom wasn't my mom. So that next morning, I took her to the hospital, and we get to the emergency room, and that's when they had down in where she is. They had started only one person in, so she said, well, she has to go in by herself. So I'm sitting outside of the emergency room. 4 or 5 hours later, they they got to keep her. Long story short, she was in there till Thursday, diagnosed with congestive heart failure. So it's like, what do I do? I'm the only child. So I ain't have no brother, no sister to call. It's just my mom and dad in the house. So it immediately was like, what am I going to do? Like, I got kids, the wife in Atlanta, my mom is sick. I don't want everything to have to take on everything at the house. It was a very dark place. So we had a conversation, and she's one to not mix words. So she said, I got this. Stay there. Take care of your mama. You're the only child. You're all she gets. So that has really helped. And the fact that this pandemic is going on, I wouldn't say it's perfect timing. It worked because right now I'm not working. Because of what I do, ain't nobody playing no ball right now. So the time off, still able to, have some type of income and know that the kids are good. It's really, it was a blessing. Because I could be at work. It's baseball season, soccer season. I barely see my own family during those 2 seasons. So it's been a blessing in disguise for me. Because if my mom was sick and everything was normal, it'd be very, very, very tough. Very tough. She's 3.5 hours away, so it works.
Wow.
So, Ebony, let me ask you this: how are you guys adjusting to everybody being in the house like all the time, and you're having to teach online? You have 2 babies, not just little. You have like a 1-year-old, and it's like, how are you guys adjusting, and how are you able to even sit down and do this series?
Right.
Well, all jokes aside, Tanisha and Toro, a couple talked about having a village, and no longer having my mom make me had a village, but I was the kind of, and I still am in my core, don't worry about it, I'll figure it out, I got it. But this season, again, kind of puts back another sick parent, and I have to use my village. I have to rely on the people that have shown and my best interest at heart. And so, yes, I have a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old who take after. And so they wake up on G-O. They wake up like, what are we getting into? And they are all boys, like seriously. So I'm surprised I don't hear them yelling and screaming, because we kind of do. So they're in the room with their BB watching a movie. I don't know how much longer they might streak through here, but naked in 2 minutes. I don't really know. And so it's been difficult. It's really been hard, because in teaching, I would work 10, 11-hour days. And so, they would be the first dropped off at the school and the last picked up, because Jay and I's schedules are so crazy. So the blessing is it gives us a lot of time together that we would have normally not had. But boy, keeping these bad boys entertained is not for the faint of heart. Yesterday, I put on Facebook, I had a live lesson. I had it on my home office, which is on the bed in my room. And BJ tried to jump head first off the bed. Deuce pulled him back by the leg. Then one of them knocked the laptop off on the floor. But we are happy and whole, and some well looking on sometimes. But we're here.
That's good. But Matrice, Brian mentioned something earlier I think is real helpful in that same vein. He's a pilot, and teaches pilots, and he's gone for sometimes weeks at a time. And he said, you got to hold it down. So you there with those girls, you there making sure that everything stays in order at the counseling center where you work. You're the main person that keeps everything together, administrate the whole place. So how is that navigating, keeping everything in order while your husband has to go and work? How do you manage to work, keep the girls, keep the house when he's gone weeks at a time?
And do you have the fear that, since 9/11, like every time he leaves on a flight, it makes you kind of think some kind of way. So, how do you navigate that as well?
I do. I fear I am the worrier of the 2 of us. Brian don't worry about anything. And I pray every time he leaves, but the girls and I try to stay on the schedule. Luckily for us, we have a 9-year-old, soon to be 10, and a 15-year-old. So, they're not as needy as they used to be, but yeah, we try to stay on the schedule, and they understand that daddy's working. It's just me. It's just us. So just help me out. And they're really good with that. But I do worry, like now I send Brian with all these wipes, and Bailey's like, are you making more DIY wipes? So I'm like, put your mask on, wipe, so yeah, I worry, but we get through it. And when he comes home, we all run to the door to greet them. But it's easier now that they're older, and that helps. And then my dad picks them up from school. He does homework with them, and so we make it work. We make it work.
Yeah, your dad is a real OG. Your dad is a real. He's a real deal.
You know, Pastor, my mother used to say, my mother's passed away, but my mother used to say, you think your dad hung the moon, but I'm here to tell you he didn't. And I would say, are you sure? Because I think he hung the moon. And she would get so upset. But yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome.
That's great. We talk about this whole thing. Ebony, you've had to be there for Jay recently. As he's been trying to help his mom. But a couple of years ago, Jay had to be there for you, as your mom made her transition, and we walked all through that together, and it's still real fresh. But I want to hear about how you guys navigated that, because your strength through that has been Herculean. It's been the most. I'm so proud of you both, knowing the journey. How did y'all navigate that? Because you got people right there who got parents who are caretakers. Andre's mom is 85 now. Right, and so I'm scared. She's the only mom I got. So it's like, if somebody want to go to the house and see her, where y'all been? You been coughing? Because I don't play about. It's like now I'm overprotected because my mom been gone 4 years. So it's like, hold on, stay awake. So it's just like I find myself being real anxious about her mom and making sure that she's good, whatever she needs. So how you guys navigate that? Because you got a lot of caregivers out there, couples who they're trying to maintain their family, their marriage, their kids, and they got to be a caregiver for a loved one. How you guys handle that?
I think because we went through what I went through with my mom, it makes me completely empathetic and maybe sometimes too forceful with him as he's going through this stuff with his mom. But Clemens said to me recently, it's not the plan, but it's God's plan. And so with Jay, there's no ball being played, and that's how my husband makes his living. But there's no time since we've been together that he's had this much amount of time. And he's like, I don't want to, the boys climbing on top of you. Hey, listen, like for real, it is stressing me out. But go. Don't worry about how long you need to be there. If it's 2 days and you good, if it's a week, you're good, because my village makes sure that I'm good. My village makes sure that, for example, Tanisha and Turo had the baby for a week so that I could, sit down and get my thoughts together and come back and, be a strong, supportive wife and a mother who ain't ready to. But anyway, so I've got my sister and my cousins who come over and play with the kids, and I go in the room and I close the door and sit there in the dark. But I think my village showed itself strong when I was going through that with my mom. And so it made it easier now that and it's not even remotely the same. But again, he is a mama's boy. He is the only child. And so it can ease his fear when he can go and just lay eyes on her. The difference was my mama was 15 minutes away. His mama is almost 4 hours away. So he can call her and he know that she don't sound good. Hey, okay, well, get in the car and go. Because even when I was working, the money hey, we'll figure it out. So the Lord will make a way. These lights ain't been cut off yet. And so just making sure that he understands it really is okay. We're not abandoned. He's not leaving us. And you ain't got but one mama. I know it. And so that's important that he does what he needs to do for her. And so I don't have a single solitary regret about what I did and the time I spent with my mom when she first got sick to when we realized that she was going to beat this thing with her wings. I don't have any regrets, and I don't want him to have any regrets. If God forbid something turned for the worse and I should have went, I wish I could have gone. No, boo. Gas up, head on down the road.
And I think because we learned about Mama in July.
Yeah.
and it was, I mean, it happened fast, but you know, she 15 minutes away, so we was, I mean, even before she got sick, we was always, that was our hangout spot, and we only had Deuce at the time, so you know, when I come home from work, I would always stop by. You know, like somebody was always there, and I think that is, you know, kind of helping me navigate, you know, signs I see and, you know, just different things. I mean, I hate we had to go through that because, you know, Sugar Mama was, it was only one Sugar Mama. So
absolutely
that we took we put on our brave face outside, but there was plenty of times in here we didn't know which way to go. And like I said, having a village, you know, the people that's around us, really, you know, you ain't got a village.
Get your
it's tough.
Get your one.
It's tough.
That's true. You know, it's so important that you have people who love and support you in the village, that, you know, that pushes you up and not try to pull you down. And Brian, you went through something recently with your dad. I mean, your dad, you and I talked about it, we prayed about it. You know, he fought through cancer. I think he had more than one cancer diagnosis, I believe. Am I correct, Brian?
Yeah.
I know you just came.
That's correct.
Was it twice?
Yeah, my dad had that.
I got it mixed up. I know he had cancer.
He did. He had early on he had prostate cancer, and then recently he had a softball-sized tumor on his stomach or his intestine, and but he fought through it, and he's doing real well. And my mom had beat breast cancer previously, so they just some praying people that pray about it and don't worry about it, and they just move right on and like ain't nothing even wrong. But I admire them for that, because they don't wallow in sorrow. They just accept it, pray about it, and whatever the Lord's will is, they accept it, and but they don't not get it treated. They do treat it and go to the doctors, but I just admire how they fight through their adversity. And I had my wife there to support me and our entire family. Our sister's a nurse, so she was able to make sure they both had the best care. So nobody's pulling any shenanigans in the hospital room with her, and that she's not nice like me. She cuts out the men.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jay and Ebony, you know, we get ready to close this one out, but I want you both to, what kind of words of encouragement would you give to couples right now? You know, Jay, Ebony, if it's a teacher, you know, somebody who's teaching and they're trying to figure out how to teach from home and take care of their families, or the family, Jay, you and your mom, how you navigating through this, Jay, you know, when you're not working. So what kind of words of encouragement would you both give to the couples that are watching right now? Ebony first, and Jay.
Words of encouragement. I think during this time, communication is key. A lot of things that we would have maybe been able to avoid because one of us was heading out the door, or one of us had somewhere else to go, has kind of forced us to be able to figure out how to really talk and be heard during this time. But also giving each other space, even inside this house. Just because we here don't mean we got to be all, you know, together at the same time. You know, absence does make the heart go wander. And so we still laugh, we still joke. When we put the kids to bed, we play a good game of Uno, which I won last night. So making sure that we do things as a family unit, but also remembering that I am still his wife and he's still my husband. And so making sure that we keep our marriage a priority as well.
Good. Jay, what would you say? Anybody? What you going through?
So when this first started, let's throw this fact. My wife told me 2 rates was going to go up. It was domestic violence or a divorce rate. So I don't know which one but seriously, I mean this time really makes you really understand if you could be with somebody, because the fact that you can't go anywhere, like you just can't get up and say, oh, I'm leaving. I mean, like I said, when it's normal life, I leave the house at 6:30 in the morning, and I get home at 11:30, 12 at night, just depending on how long the Braves play. So I come home, the kids sleep, I leave the kids sleep. So for me, I'm actually getting back a lot of time with my boys that I would normally have at this time. And like I said, you just got to be creative. Because if not, you'll drive yourself crazy. I mean, my old tail went and bought a PlayStation. Just even though we in the same house, she know if I'm on the game, I'm hollering, fussing, cussing. Let me have that right there. And social media, she might be, so we find ways to distance, but as the same as you still have to have that family unit. So if it's tough for you right now, encouraging words. If you can't make this, you might want to reevaluate your relationship, because that's just being honest. If you can't be stuck in the house with the person you married to, then that could be a sign. Because if things are normal, y'all always passing each other.
That's so true.
Yeah. Just make
and I know you're having a hard time, Jay, because you're a former athlete, and still play ball and football and basketball, and you made it to the Hall of Fame the last Braves game last year during the playoffs, when that man ran on the field and you went out there and tackled him and missed it. So you're a Hall of Famer, man. You are a Hall of Famer.
Hey.
So Brian and Matrice, the same for you all. Just give the couples that are watching and anybody in a relationship, how you handle those tough conversations, and how do you go from there to like making it work? Just some encouraging words.
Well, it is tough. I agree. If you can't make it through this, then you can't make it. So for us, we're really creative. We talk in the morning, we, like Ebony said, communication is key. We have played every game from Sorry to Monopoly to Uno to Pity Pat. So we just get real creative. When Brian's home, he cooks from banana bread to grilling ribs. So we sit outside. And for us, we just moved into a new home. So it actually gave us the opportunity to unbox all the things that we brought from our previous home. But yeah, you really have to pray, and just try to communicate and make it fun. And, and like Ebony said, even if you're in the house, well, let me go upstairs in the bonus room for a little while, let you decompress, watch whatever you want to watch, and then we'll come back later. But yeah, it's hard. But yeah, if you love each other and you can make it through it, just talk and be creative and put the kids to bed early and go downstairs. And
I told y'all she was the fastest.
And hey, and I'm going to leave it at that.
I just want to say, communication is huge. What I've learned over these almost 20 years is you just don't know what your spouse or what the person you're dating, will accept until you talk about it. Just don't hold stuff in. Be as transparent as possible. I used to think intimacy was all about sex and kissing and hugging, but intimacy is being able to be naked inside and out, being able to share your innermost thoughts and not have those thoughts be used against you. So if you are a couple that's just starting out, try your best to just be open and honest with one another and work it out. We've been to counseling. Counseling does not mean everything is bad. Counseling just means you need another point of view. And sometimes you guys don't see eye to eye, but we've been able to make it, like I say, almost 20 years by the grace of God and by her patience. But during this COVID-19, like she said, we played every game. We've talked. We had a good time. I've cooked. I've gained about 20 pounds because I love to cook. I cook every day. She's not the cook. I'm the cook. She cleans. She cleans. So we got to understand that I mess the kitchen up. She'll clean it up, but she eat all the food. She eat good. So it works out. We got a plan. As long as you guys know each other's strengths and weaknesses and play off those, you'll be all right. And last but not least, I should have said it first. If you keep God first and pray, you'll be all right.
For us to witness your stories and your journeys, we both respect both of you and appreciate you for taking your time just to come and share some of your journeys and the ups and the downs, the goods and the bad, because you're certainly a blessing. And we respect and love both of y'all. Y'all two of our favorite couples, and we just thank God for you. And you said a lot of things that inspire us and inspire other people watching. A lot of people right now have been encouraged and inspired as a result of what you shared today. You want to say anything else?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. And so those who've been watching today, I hope you've been blessed by this episode of Marriage Matters. Things are difficult for a lot of people. Marriages go through ups, they go through downs. Sometimes marriages make it, sometimes they don't. But as you're watching, you heard some good stuff about how you can fight for it, and if God be for you, you can get through it. And I just want you to know that even through these difficult times, you can be encouraged, have peace, have joy, and know that God will never leave us, nor will God forsake us. So I hope y'all encouraged today. Keep your head up. These are strange times, but with the help of God, we're going to get through it. We're closing this broadcast now, but as always, remember this: if you will be good to God, then God will be good to you. You've been watching Hope TV. Until next time. See you next time. Peace. Bye-bye. What's up, fam? I hope everybody's well today. I want to just come and have a conversation with you. As you know, the state of Georgia has done a reopening schedule, and phase 1 started on Friday. Phase 2 started yesterday. Restaurants now open, even though all restaurants aren't opening, but some are. Beauty shops, some theaters and the malls are opening this coming weekend, May 1st. And while all this stuff is opening, family, HAC reported today that we've had 100 deaths in Georgia over the past 48 hours. In less than 48 hours, we had 100 deaths. So things are reopening, but our numbers are increasing. The numbers are increasing because they're testing more, but still we haven't even tested 2% of the population. To make matters worse, I'm told that they're not, some of the tests they have what they call false negatives. And about 15% of the people who take the test come back false negative. That means they think that they're clean and don't have COVID-19, but in 15% of those tests, they actually do have it. Guys, we're not ready to open up like this. And I know the economy, it's a quandary. It's a mess because it got handled wrong from the very beginning. But y'all, we're not ready to open up like this. And the problem is we open up with no strategy, no plan. It's a complete dereliction of responsibility. I'm saying all that to say it's been said that when America catches a cold, Black America develops pneumonia. Family, this thing is serious. And I don't want us, I've been watching some pictures. Gresham Park, 5-10 minutes from my church this past Sunday, they had hundreds of people just out, just chilling, eating ice cream. I mean, like no mask, no PPE gear, no gloves, like it's nothing going on. And not just in our community, but other communities. But I'm talking about my community because it's affecting us more. 40% of the deaths in Illinois and Michigan are African American. Over 70% of the deaths in Louisiana are Black people, guys. And so it's not just about you going out having a good time. If you just gotta go to work, you gotta go to work. There's no other way. You gotta do what you gotta do. But hanging out at the park, just casual, like nothing is going on, is serious. So to that end, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I'm having a conversation with a medical director of one of the leading hospitals here in Metro Atlanta. And she's going to come give us the real deal about what's happening. So you don't have to hear from Fox or CNN or MSNBC, all the messaging and different messages based upon the states. Every state has a different guideline. There's no sense of unity. There's no national plan. It's ugly and it's horrible. So if y'all can tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m., a very powerful conversation with Dr. Blake. It's going to be a blessed conversation at 10. And I just want to get the information out, guys, but we're not out of the water. Things are opening back up, but that the virus ain't going anywhere. The virus is still.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pink Table Talk. I am your host, Loria Reed, and we are back with another edition of Women's Topics for Us, by Us. And I'm so excited about our topic today. It is entitled, Are You Listening? Yes, we're asking God, not asking anybody else. God, are you listening? Because right now, many of us are going through some horrible times with a lot of death, a lot of sickness, difficult times and trials. It's just been a tough time, even for the homeschooling moms and cooking, and it's just a lot going on, even when we just have to go outside. So today, we've got the prayer ministry of House of Hope teamed up with us. Shout out to Tiffany Jackson, as well as Pastor Sharice Cross, who's over the women, and our Women of Hope team, to talk about if God is really listening and how to deal with when he doesn't listen the way we want him to listen. So I hope that you all are liking, sharing. Don't forget, you know the routine. Go ahead on and like this, share this. If you have a girlfriend who's having a hard time, please make sure that you put them on to the Pink Table Talk and let them know that we're here. So I'm going to go ahead on while you're doing that and introduce our guests. And I'm so glad that both of them are here. You all, we have some stellar guest today. Our first one, she's a member of House of Hope Atlanta, my favorite church, my church, and under the direction of Dr. E. Dewey Smith. She's a part of the Plugged In Ministry as well as the Intercessors Ministry. She's a sweetheart, been married for many years, has 3 children, and is just a woman of words. We love her so much. So would you all welcome with Miss Elaine Jefferson.
Hi,
hello,
how's everyone? Thank you for having me.
So glad you're here.
So am I.
She's such a sweetheart. And our next person is my prayer leader for the Young Leaders Conference under Elder Mark Moore. We're so excited. I'm so excited to have her, and she's going to be a blessing to you guys. She's a native of Eastern Kentucky. She's married to her husband, Lawrence, and they have 2 adorable children. She currently assists at her local church at Faith Covenant as an elder. She's assists with training as well as intercessory prayer. And she has her own book about prayer, and it's entitled #Undefeated. Prayer Never Loses. And I'm so excited to have her with us today. Her name is Dr. Matisa Wilbon. Hello, Dr. Matisa.
Hey, Loria, good to see you. I'm so glad to be here.
I'm so glad that you're with us. You guys, these are 2 women that I love so much. They have such nice spirits, calming, just sweet, but fighters in the spirit, and that's what you want. So thank you guys so much for being here today. So I'm going to go on and get on down to it. We have a lot of women right now who are going through some tough times. All of us, whether we like it or not, we're kind of boxed in right now. We've got the children, you're being the chef, you're being the tutor, it's just stress on every end. Every time we go outside, we got to put on face masks and do all these different things. Then they're opening up the state of Georgia, and we've got that stress. And we've got, many people who are sick and going through so much. So what I want to first talk about is a difficult time in your life when you felt like God was listening to you. Because right now, a lot of people, I keep seeing the memes, just throw 2020 away. Let's start over. But with you guys, I know you've had years like that and seasons like that as well, where you wanted to throw the year away. And I want to start with Elaine, with talking about what you did to get through that season and what happened for you.
Wow. Okay, well, I'll try to give you the edited version because it's so much. There was a time in my life when I was actually diagnosed with a condition that affected my brain, my nervous system, my muscles, all of that. So my life was like just another life. I woke up one day, I was fine. And within hours later, being at work, I couldn't stand, I couldn't walk. Everything was topsy-turvy. It was a horrific experience. And so here's the thing, when you talk about does God answer, I literally had gone through that for years. When I tell you years, it was over 5 years because they were trying to figure out what was going on, number one. And then secondly, it just seemed like God was not answering my prayers. Like, God, why me? I began to question, like, why me? And I went from memory loss. I had to go to speech therapy. I couldn't tell you who the president was. I mean, that's how horrific I think that, that time was in my life. People ask me, how did I get through that? And the only thing I could really tell you is that I truly took God at his word. That's all I had was his word. And it was interesting because I think this experience catapulted me into the prayer, becoming an intercessor, because I never thought, that I was an intercessor or even pray and, or have that kind of faith. And I think that experience really exercised that muscle, that faith muscle, because I didn't have, all I could do was trust. That's it. All I could do was trust. All I could do was pray, because no one understood what I was going through. My kids thought I was going to die. My husband thought I was going to die. And so I remember saying to God, that's what I told people, it's okay to talk to him. It's okay to question him, just with respect, of course. But I remember saying, God, why me? Like, what did I do? So then you begin to think, did I do something? So all kind of crazy thoughts began to come into your head. But what got me through that was I remember saying, God, I am going to hold you to your word. Your word said. And then I began to seriously give him his word. And here's the thing. It was years before I began to see any type of let up, from this. It was years. So everyone always say, how did you contend with all those years of praying, talking to God, and it just seemed like he wasn't listening? But I'm here to tell you that he really does. Even when you think he's not, the answer may be yes, no, not right now. But trust me, in that season, he's doing something. He was cultivating prayer life for me. He was cultivating my faith. He was working that faith muscle, because now when I go through something, all I have to do is remember. Like, I remember if he got me like that, then he could get me through anything. So even with this COVID going on, you can still trust that if you just remember, just look back at what he's already done. That kind of helps you through that. But people, again, always say, how did you survive that? I trust him at his word, because if the truth be told, I had nothing else but to trust him.
That's right. Yes, that's an amazing testimony. Dr. Wilburn, I know you have something burning on the inside. Go ahead on with yours.
First of all, I'm really, really glad to be here, and that there is this platform, because sometimes we do go through these experiences and we feel like we're all alone. We're dealing with these things seemingly by ourselves. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation. For me, I could think of a couple of things. The one that I want to share, though, really has to do with why this book was birthed from me. My mother, who was a consummate prayer warrior, she absolutely loved God and prayed for people for years. And like Elaine, I would say for myself, intercessory prayer was birthed through my experience with my mom. She had breast cancer that ultimately metastasized. And God had healed her several times before, healed her from a number of different things. But at this particular time in 2016, she got into a car wreck. When they did a CAT scan to see if she was okay, they found that cancer was all in her bones. And by the time cancer is in your bones, you know, that what they say is it was time for her to go. I will tell you, the blessing though is she didn't have the pain that somebody who would have bone cancer should have had. She was still active. God would allow her to go to church and just experience his presence in an amazing way. So we saw God answer our prayers over and over. I want to share this because one particular time that really impacted me. And I want to share this because sometimes when we pray, we do think God is going to answer it one way, but he may answer it just in a totally different way. And in times past, she would say, Matisa, pray, and I would pray for her, and God would touch her so that she wasn't in as much pain, and God would raise her up. Well, one particular time, Loria, I was praying for her, and I remember her saying, Matisa, pray, fight. Those were her words. You got to fight. So I started praying, and I just knew God was going to raise her up. But in fact, he told me, I'm not going to raise her up this time. It's time for her to come home. And so he switched my prayer from God heal her to God give her peace. God help her transition. And it was, of course, a heart-wrenching moment, but it was a moment where I realized God had been hearing us all the while. And for him to be able to let us know that I think within a week's time, he took her home, but that our prayers were working. And of course, we prayed that she was healed, thinking she'd be healed on this side, but now she's ultimately healed in heaven. So I just really want to encourage somebody, even through this pandemic, God hears you. Listen for his still small voice, and the way he answers might not look like the way you envision it, but it's going to be the right answer at the right time.
And I was going to say, it's so funny. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
That's okay. One of the things I just wanted to add to that is just remember, as you said, it's not always the way you want it. The answer may not always be how you want it or even when you want it. But trust me, it's for your good. It's really, whatever his answer is, it really is working out for your good. You don't always see it then. You may see it, you know, in hindsight, but at that time, it's like, okay, this can't be good, but it really is.
It is. It is. And it's funny you said it. You made me tear up a little bit, Matisa, because I was thinking about my father. And it was the same, basically the same situation of what you talked about. I had been praying. We were in Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville. And I was like, Lord, just heal my dad. He was like your mom, you know, serving God and doing all these things. And I'm like, you got all these people out here that's partying every weekend, drunk, doing all this crazy stuff. And, you know, and I'm like, you can do it, Lord. I believe you can do it. And I kept feeling in my spirit, like, no, you know. And so I'll never forget, I was in we were at the hotel in Jacksonville, and I just cried out to God in the shower. I was just crying, and I was like, Lord, I don't know why you won't do this, or why are you doing this? And it was as if God, literally, that was the first time I audibly heard him speak to me. And he said, when is a good time for me to take your father? When is a good time?
Wow.
And I was like,
wow.
Never. And because I believe that God speaks to us from our personalities, and I'm a smart behind person. So he had to come to me that way, like, you know, when is a good time for me to take your dad? When would be good for you? And I was like, never. And he was like, okay, just let me have this. Do you trust me? And I was like, okay, I trust you. And after that, it was like, as Dr. Matisa said, my prayer changed. And I said, Lord, give us strength. You know, my brother was graduating like the next day. And I was like, Lord, we've got to go through a graduation. We've got to do this funeral and stuff. Give us the strength to go through that. And he will always, one thing, and I heard you say this, Dr. Matisa, and I agree with you wholeheartedly about God will give you a word in the midst of that storm if you will listen to him, so that you know that he's still with you. You know, so that's even when he said no, it's not a bad thing. It's kind of like a pivot. So, you know, you're kind of turning a little bit. So it's not a bad thing, but that's my story. I just had to share that with you.
No, that's good. And what I was going to say is, and Elaine mentioned this earlier, like my mom used to try to get me to pray all the time because she was an intercessor. And it just wasn't, I don't know, it wasn't appealing to me for some reason. Of course, I prayed as a believer, but this pushed me into a realm of prayer that I would not have imagined, because I needed prayer to get through, this particular circumstance. So when God says all things together for the good, like in the moment, it doesn't feel like it. But when I look back, I would not be doing all that I'm doing now had God not allowed me to experience that.
Amen. Amen. And that leads me to my next question. For those who are not seasoned in prayer, and were like you were, Dr. Matisa, and even with you, Elaine, and myself, we had circumstances that kind of pushed us into the intercessory role. But what would you say to someone who can kind of get intimidated by prayer and say, oh, I can't pray like this one, and I can't? What advice would you give to them with starting out? Where can they start? What can they start doing every day to get that communication with God?
I kind of have three things. I'm sorry.
Go
ahead. You went out just a little bit, but I didn't hear that last part of the question.
Oh, I was just saying that, let me say this real quick, Elaine. What would you say to a person who has not yet tapped into communication with God, and they feel intimidated by prayer because they feel like, I don't pray like my grandmother, I don't pray like my mother, I don't pray like this person? What would you say to them to get started on a journey of prayer? Okay, Elaine.
Okay.
I will let Elaine start. For some reason, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties on my end, but go ahead, and then I'll jump back in.
Okay. I would like to say that I think something that is very helpful, and a lot of times people feel that way. I used to be one of those people that would see people pray, and then you hear people cheer them on and all, and I'm like, I don't pray like that, So for me, I really do believe in simplifying, especially for beginners, new believers, or even someone that's been in the faith and they just don't have that prayer life. I would say to set up an uninterrupted time. And remember, it's different for everyone, because what works for me may not work for the next person. So there's no right or wrong. Just set up a time that's interrupted and a place. And even if you start out baby steps, start out with just praying in whatever time is good for you for 10 minutes. And what people have to understand is it doesn't take, you may not know a lot of scripture. You may not, know the words or the jargon as if you will, but talk to God. That's all prayer is. And I like to tell people to talk to God. So if you set up a place where it's uninterrupted, and I can remember for me, when I first started out, it used to be on my lunch break at work. And so I would take 10, 15 minutes, time and it will grow. Trust me, it will grow the more you do it. Secondly, I would say to write. Get a composition book from the dollar store. Write your prayer. And a good way to start is to say, Dear God, okay? Dear God. And then writing, you can write your prayer. Yeah. And as you're talking, when you will notice in writing that prayer, when you're done, you read over that prayer, you will surprise yourself as to how what's coming from your heart, what's coming from the mind, your circumstances. So now that you're writing it down, it even gives you a clear picture of what's going on with you. God already knows, but he just wants you to bring it to him. And what people have to understand, a lot of times, prayer doesn't get answered because you're not praying. He can't answer it if you're not praying, They go unanswered because you're not asking, And so, and I think thirdly, I would say to get a prayer partner. Now, on that one, you have to be careful, though, because you don't just want someone just to say, I have someone to pray. I caution you to make sure you have a person that is, and I want to say seasoned or let me just say mature. Okay. If there's a person that, gossips and have a loose tongue, that is not the one you want to be your prayer partner, because the
Right.
goal is to take what I'm feeling and what I'm going through and agree with me and take it to God, not to other people. So
Amen. Amen. Any advice, Dr. Matisa, on how to develop a prayer life if you have been, you've never prayed or you're just trying to get that prayer life started? What would you say?
Well, I really love what Elaine was saying, and I would just echo all of that. That you got to have a certain space and time. I think about when God would walk through the garden. He said that He would meet Adam and Eve during the cool of the day, or Adam during the cool of the day, and I could just envision, a time when they would meet God. And so I always encourage intercessors: find a place, find a space. Where's your cool of the day? The other thing that I would say, and I did this. I could pray for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I love to do that. But when I really, really needed God and I became desperate, one of the things that I used to do is I would listen to people who are kind of known for prayer on YouTube. And I would just pray with them. So, for anybody who's new and wants to know some folks, Pastor John Hanna, amazing. Pastor Kimberly Ray, amazing. Pastor
Yes.
Mark Vereen, amazing.
Yes.
And what I would do, this is funny, I would get my notebook, like Elaine said, I'd have my notebook, I would write my prayers down, I would be in my basement, and I would just listen to them. And whatever they said, I would repeat. And then I would repeat. And I found after a period of time, long after they were finished, I'd still be laid out before God praying. And that just really helped me with different models of prayer. The last thing that I would say is, for anybody, and this is whether you're seasoned or new, we have to learn to pray through. We know how to pray for. We don't know how to pray through. It's such a microwave generation where we want prayers to be answered tomorrow. God, I need you to do this. And then we wake up the next morning like, did he do it? Did he do it? Did he do it?
Yep. Exactly.
But often the discipline of prayer is accompanied by God processing us. I really believe that that's what prayer is for. God could answer us immediately. He could answer us
Right.
with our first tear. But God wants us to discipline ourselves to be in His presence. And then I believe He uses that time to really process us to make sure that our will is aligned with His. So I would just say, if you're starting out, find that time and do it consistently and do it as often as you can. Don't just do it for a week and think it's over. And you're going to find God's going to reveal Himself in a great way to you.
Amen. Amen. And I was going to say too, one of the questions that we had was about being focused when we pray. And I had to start praying. And before I pray, Lord, keep my mind focused on you, because it's like every distraction, the spirit of sleep will come on you like none other. And it's like, I wasn't sleeping before I started, and now all of a sudden I'm tired, And I believe it's just of the enemy to just get us off kilter, so that we don't hear from God or even get to communicate. Go ahead, Dr. Batista. What did you say?
No, I was saying that sleep demon, honey. I have went to pray and woken up the next morning like, what happened?
Exactly. So what are some things that you all do to keep your brain focused, or your mind on Christ when you're praying? What are some things just for our newbies of what you do, and even some of our seasoned people, to keep your mind focused on God?
Well, I'll tell you what I do. Number one, I'll try to put worship music on, because sometimes, that kind of sets the atmosphere. Often that kind of sets the tone. I like what Elaine said earlier. I have a prayer journal, and that kind of keeps me on track with what I'm supposed to be praying for on a given day. Now, that could change, but that does kind of help me focus. Sometimes I pray in chunks. So there are times when I can pray for hours and just kind of be out. Other times I'm saying, I'm going to pray for 20 minutes and then I'm going to go do something else. And just having that time frame, something clicks in my brain where, I'm like, okay, I can do this for 20 minutes and then I'm going to go do something else. So I think that can help. And then the last thing I would say is find a time when there are going to be fewer distractions. You mentioned it at the outset. Many of us are working from home now. We have children that we're trying to help with schoolwork and all that kind of stuff. If that means getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, it's a sacrifice. And let me just say,
It
prayer is
is.
not sexy. Prayer is not, in front of everybody, this big thing everybody wants to do. Prayer is sacrificial.
It
So if that
is.
means, you know what I'm saying? So if that means get up at 4 o'clock in the
Mhm.
morning or stay up until 1 so you can have that undistracted time, then that's what I do.
Amen. Elaine?
And I pretty much just piggyback off of that, I think it's critical, again, to do what works for you. You really
Hold on.
have to figure that out, like what works for me. For me, it's early in the morning because I've tried to do it at night and I fall asleep and wake up with the pen and pencil in the bed. So what works for me is in the morning. And I think it's also critical, especially for someone that's just and someone that's just beginning or even a seasoned person. I think sometimes we try to get it all at one time. And it's a process. It's really, really a process. And so for me, the word simplicity is very important. Keep it simple, keep
Yes.
it short, take baby steps. And as you
Uh-huh.
become consistent with those baby steps, you will find that because now you have a personal relationship, you're developing
Mhm.
a personal relationship with God. And think about
Yeah.
your friends. When you have a friend and you start out, you met your friend right off, you ladies didn't talk a whole lot or you didn't share a lot of things, but as you had come to know one another and spend more
Uh-huh.
time with
Mhm.
one another, now you just really
Mhm.
embrace having that time together. And that's the same
Exactly.
thing that happens with God, because what he wants most of all is a relationship with him. He's like, talk
That's
to
right.
me like you talk to your friends.
Uh-huh.
And if you do that and you start small, because again, I believe it's important to let the person know, do what works for you, because you can get intimidated because you know someone that may pray for 30 minutes, may pray an hour, and that may not be your story at the time. 10 minutes,
Right.
God is pleased with 10 minutes if that's your starting point. But I can guarantee you, once you get that relationship going, you're going to want more.
I love
Mhm.
it. I love it.
Most definitely. And I want to talk, Dr. Matisa, about your book. Is it
Mhm.
hashtag undefeated? I was
It
about to
is.
say just undefeated, but it's hashtag undefeated. Prayer
That's
never
right.
loses. How did you get started with that book, and what caused you to write this about prayer never losing?
Well, I'll tell you, just the experience with my mom, life's experiences, generally speaking, but then culminating with, when my mom was sick, just watching her go through everything that she went through for that
Mhm.
year before God called her home. And as I was thinking about it, and it really goes along with this conversation today, I thought, God, in everything that we went through, I had to learn to pray. Like I had to learn to fight in prayer. I had to fight for my peace,
Mhm.
had to fight for my mind, had to fight for my family, because there was so much going on that if I did not go to God in prayer, even being, having a relationship with him for a while, I just felt like I would have lost my mind, just to be honest.
Mhm.
Um, I always tell people the scripture that says, God is a very present help in the time of trouble. You don't really know what that means until you get in trouble. You don't know what that
Mhm.
means until it's late in the midnight hour and you have laid on the floor beside your mom day after day. I left my husband and my two young children were in Kentucky. I left my tenured faculty position. I left it all in Kentucky and moved to Atlanta and stayed on her floor every single night, picking her up to take her to the
Mhm.
bathroom, doing things for
Wow.
her that she likely did for me when I was a baby. And so that experience just made me so thankful that God had given us a vehicle like prayer. And,
Mhm.
the thought came to me that God, this tool, this weapon that a lot of us don't realize, we take for granted every day. This is one of the hidden gems and tools that we should all have in our arsenal. And so when God brought these things back to my mind, when I tell you, I literally took a notebook and he gave me every single chapter. You're going to talk about this, 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 and this. Everything poured out of me. I probably wrote this book in a month. And the reason I feel like I wrote it so quickly is because it was just in me, from my experiences with my mom. And I really wanted it to be, nothing that was too grandiose, nothing that you have to know Greek and Hebrew for. It's just for people who want to know how to pray and who want to know how to fight in their lives to win. And I believe that prayer is foundational to every victory.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
And I just wanted to add to that as well. It's so important. And I think people look at prayer as like this really difficult thing that I have to do and I have to learn. But the fact of the matter is, if we can get to the point of prayer becoming an immediate response, that would take away a lot of worry, a lot of, heartache, a lot of pain, a lot of confusion. And so that's something that even now I'm practicing. I'm trying to always be aware that when something goes on, Elaine, make prayer your immediate response. And what is that again? I say to those, especially that are beginners, what does that mean? Talk to God. It's simply talk to God. If you have a coworker on your job or a supervisor on your job, you don't need to go back and forth. Make prayer your immediate response. Go in that ladies' room and talk to God about it. And trust me, you will see results.
And Elaine, and I would just add, and be honest. Sometimes we go before God and we talk to him and all this, King's English. We go back to the, King James version of the scripture.
Yes.
and it's like it's like it's like
okay,
go
you're
to
back.
him, as you said. Oh, I'm sorry, did I cut off? It's like go to him and be honest. God, I'm upset. I'm hurt. I'm frustrated. God can handle that.
That's right.
Yes. And I want to say something that's really important to piggyback on what you just said, that honesty. A lot of times people think that they cannot go to God about something that you should not be doing. That's the time you go to him. You can say, God, I know this thing, Lord God, that is not good for me, but I like it. I like it, God, but I need you to help me get rid of it because I can't. He loves that kind of honesty.
That's right.
And that's where the deliverance comes. So that is true, Doc, when you say you have to be honest. And even when it's things that is not good, God already knows. He just wants you to come to him about it.
Right.
Can't hide from him.
That's right.
But the thing that I love, and I'm going to say this about even this forum with Pink Table Talk, is we go from talking about health and beauty, lipstick, makeup, to prayer, greed. We didn't talk about it all today. And I appreciate you guys for being here. Before we close out, I want each one of you to give just a word of encouragement to a woman who may be going through a loss, a divorce, grief, just in a tough time right now with God and trying to understand and figure out and hadn't gotten to that point that we have to where they prayed through those things. Just a word of encouragement. And I'll start with you, Dr. Matisa.
I would just say, since I've been there, we all experience life. Life happens to each of us, whether it is loss, grief, loss of jobs. We can look on our timelines and just see so many people passing away. Those things alone are triggering. I want you to know that no matter where you are, God is your source. He is the one who can provide. He's the one that gives peace. He's the one that gives comfort. And I just want you to know God loves you. He hears you. He cares about you. And even in your most trying time, God wants you to get to him. And prayer is a great avenue to do that. If you don't, if you say, I'm not a prayer warrior, I'm not an intercessor, if you've got a relationship with God, you're a great candidate to go before him, have a conversation. And I know for sure that God is going to show up for you. So I just want you to keep the faith, know that we're praying for you, and God is going to work it out all right.
Amen.
Amen.
Elaine?
Amen. She pretty much said everything, but I can just add that keep it simple and know that God hears you. He already knows what you're going through. Okay, but talk to him. He desires such a relationship. He just desires that relationship. So I would say, don't give up, no matter what it looks like. Know that God is in control. And I know that's not cliche. You hear that a lot. Oh, God is in control. Well, I'm here to tell you, I'm a living witness. I told you, I couldn't give you a complete sentence. I couldn't hardly walk. I had brain issues. I had muscle issues, nervous system issues. And look at me today. Now, I hope that it doesn't take anyone as long as it did me, but God was doing things in my character. He was doing things in my life he wanted me to get rid of. He literally was taking things off of my plate because I was trying to save the world and help everybody. And God was like, I didn't tell you to put all of that on your plate. So he had to let me take it off and then let him put the things on my plate that I could digest it, where it was healthy for me and not try to
Yeah.
do everything and clutter my mind and get nothing done. So I'm here to say to you, be encouraged. Know that God loves you. And if you don't remember anything else, everything that you go through, it's really for your good and it's for his glory. And when you hear that word glory, that's just a glimpse of who God is to you. Okay. He'll give you a glimpse he gave me a glimpse of being healer. He gave us a glimpse of being provider. He gave us a glimpse of being that one that when you don't know what to do, he's there for you. So that's
Yeah.
what glory, when you glory, for those that don't know, when you hear that, that's just God giving him a glimpse of who he is to you. So know whatever it is that you need, talk to God. If you find you can't talk, write it and watch God.
Amen. Well, ladies, thank you both for being here. You all have made my whole day, my whole week. I'm so excited that the both of you guys were able to come on, my two favorite prayer people. I love y'all so much. And thank you for watching the Pink Table Talk. We have, of course, great topics every week. This week was on prayer, and we hope that you've been encouraged. You can follow Dr. Matisa. She has prayer going on various times throughout the week. She's always online with that. And Elaine with the House of Hope Prayer Ministry, we're praying 3 times a day, 3 different times
Yes,
that you can get
yes,
online and pray.
yes.
So make sure that you do that. The information will be located below for that. We love you and we'll see you the next time. Thank you guys for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Well, this is the day that the Lord has made, and we're here to rejoice and be glad in it. I want to welcome you to the Hope TV and Outreach Ministry, the medium arm of the House of Hope Atlanta. And I hope that you're ready for an incredible time of conversation, a time of enlightenment, a time of encouragement and enrichment. I want to thank you, first of all, for your incredible support of the Hope TV. As many of you know, I've been doing media for 40 years. I started as a kid working cameras and making tapes in my father's church and helping Mr. James Tunstall edit the broadcast to go on Channel 7, Good News Channel 7. And here I am 40 years later, still with the love affair for media and sharing hope and inspiration through the medium of media. And I hope that you've been blessed. We've been doing media a long time, but for the last month or so, we really ramped up our efforts and brought you this new platform called the Hope TV. We wanted to bring some empowering content through the pandemic, and we've launched our first broadcast on March 19th. It probably was amongst the first faith-based platforms and webinars or broadcasts that dealt with the pandemic. It was called Pastoring in a Pandemic with Bishop Sam Blakes and I out of New Orleans. And since that time, we've come from one program to 18 flagship programs a week. And that one broadcast now is being broadcast all over the world. We're getting between 50 to 100,000 people per broadcast all over the world. And I just want to thank you for your support, your comments, and your commentary and your interaction has been par excellent. I want to thank you. So if you're watching by Apple TV, by Roku TV, we also want to welcome our new viewers who are now watching us via the platform called Twitch. Getting some major commentary and a lot of positive feedback already from Twitch. If you're watching from YouTube, from Facebook, from Twitter, however you're watching, I just want to thank you for doing that. And if you're watching via those mediums, won't you drop us a line right now? Let us know where you're watching from. Give us your city, your state, or the country from which you're viewing. It's certainly a blessing to us as we try to bring you programming that ministers to your particular demographic. So drop that line. Let us know the city, the state, and the country from which you're viewing. Also, if you're watching via a platform that will allow you to subscribe to our pages, to like the pages, or also to send that link, why don't you do so right now? Help us to get this word out. Our aim is to minister to us and bring content that addresses us spiritually, of course, mentally, / emotionally, as well as physically. We want to deal with the entire person, whether that be financially, civically, politically, our bodies, our minds, our spirits, our souls, our emotions. We undergird all of our content with an emphasis on faith, family, finances, our faculties, fellowship, and even want to interject some fun and fitness along the way. So I hope you've been blessed by it. If so, please drop us a line. Let us know where you're watching from. It would mean the world to us. I also want to thank our team at the House of Hope Atlanta. They have done a Herculean of a job in providing content and programming to us during this pandemic. And of course, I'd be nothing without our team. So thank you very, very much. One of the most important shows, and all of them are important, don't get me wrong, but one of the things I think is most critical has been this particular broadcast that you've tuned into today, because you've tuned into the Sound Mind broadcast of the Hope TV. And the Sound Mind broadcast helps us to manage not the spiritual part or not the physical part. We have other programming for that, but this is all about helping us to manage our mental health. And I'm excited today to present to you one of our staff members. He's a native of Middle Georgia, a graduate of the Fort Valley State University, studied at Dallas Theological Seminary, and has worked in ministry, called as a youngster in terms of serving in ministry. He has a servant's heart. He served in the ministry of music. He served and has a gift of administration and a gift of encouragement, and is a hard worker. And I'm excited. He's our minister of logistics at our church and has done a magnificent job in that regard. And I'm excited to have him come. We've had some very powerful conversations off camera and before this pandemic even came to the forefront about this whole issue of mental health and in managing mental health. And I want to bring him aboard and welcome him to this broadcast on today. So happy to have Minister Brian Collier. What's going on, man of God? How you doing, Minister Collier?
Pastor!
How you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. I'm happy to be here at Hope TV.
Well, you know what? I'm glad to have you here. You know, those who are viewing, I nicknamed him Moses, and that's an inside joke. And so I'm glad to have Moses here with us today. And good to see you. Hadn't missed working with you guys, but I appreciate all you've done to get us to this point. Thanks so much.
Yes,
I kind of told him a little bit about your background in the intro, but I want to hear more from you, kind of fill in the blanks. I know you've been called a long time. So just kind of give your history, because I think that helps to understand the conversation once we get into it even further.
Sure. So once again, thanks, Pastor. So I am from the great city of Macon, Georgia. Macon native, proud of it. 478 used to be 912. That's how throwback I am. But Macon native, raised by my grandmother. And I was a Church of God in Christ kid. I don't think I shared this with you, but I was actually licensed in 2002 in the church, one of the youngest ministers to be licensed. So in 2 years, I would have been licensed for 20 years. Yeah. But just always been in church. Love church, love everything about church. I am the epitome of a PK. After that, went to Fort Valley State University, loved the Wildcats, Royal Blue and Old Gold, graduated from there in 13, and then went off to Dallas Theological Seminary in Dallas, Texas, and served at Concord Church while I was there in Dallas, finished in 16, and I've been back in Georgia. And then I had the pleasure of serving at House of Hope Macon under two great leaders. And now Moses is in Atlanta at the House of Hope Atlanta. So yeah, pretty much normal life.
That's great. Thanks for sharing. I wanted you to come on and have this conversation today because when we talk about mental health and maintaining mental health, I've been very, very concerned about that for a while. You and I talked about it years ago. One of my good friends, Pastor Teddy Parker, took his life in 2013. We've seen maybe 35, 40 pastors do it since. And I think one of the things that you and I both have discussed, I know we had this discussion for the first time back in October of last year, how people really, sometimes in church, we really don't emphasize enough the importance of mental health and maintaining that, and how we kind of over spiritualize things and don't place emphasis on mental health. Would you agree with that assessment?
Oh, most definitely, Pastor. I'll just be honest to jump even in there. Growing up as a Pentecostal kid, you didn't hear about mental. You heard live holy, but you didn't deal with the part of what do you do when you go home, because there is more to your life than just living holy. God wants you to be well, and I don't think that that's just your sin life. I think that's all of you.
That's so good. When we talk about being well, and I've been mentioning John's greeting to Gaius in that 3rd John pastor about, I wish above all that you prosper, be in health as your soul, as your psyche, as your mind, as your emotions prosper. That all of you, that as you're well, as we're creating that triumvirate nature of God, body, spirit, and soul. And I've been very honest and transparent about the last 4 years of my life, particularly in a lot of ways. I just think the level of stress and pressure, grief and bereavement, traumatized by 4 deaths in less than a month. My brother's stroke, less than 5 days after I buried my sister, buried my godmother, my mother, my best friend, and my sister, all within 30 days. Brother had a stroke. 3 months later, my oldest sister went into cardiac failure. And with all this anointing, all this gift, having to be there for everybody, I'm the guy in the family who is there for everybody. I'm the one who's got to keep everything together, and how I did not manage that well. And even though I'm preaching, believe in God, love God, but trying to preach my way through it as a catharsis, because they told me just preach your way through it. And now I'm doing ministry, but really broken, and I'm not well. What do you say? Have you ever been there? What has been your experience personally or with other people who would just navigate through life as if we're well, but we're really not well?
Pastor, it's actually it's more prevalent than we know. For me, my journey started during when I would go to the altar for prayer for things that I was dealing with and suffering through. And you get in the $100 line, and I'm going to pray for you, and you're going to get healed and delivered. And you go home and you're dealing with the same internal turmoil. And it makes you feel like God doesn't love me. It makes you feel like God doesn't care. While in high school, I had my first suicide attempt, tried to hang myself outside in the backyard. It's something that I share with other people. But it was during a Bible study, Pastor, that I was sitting there, and the first lady, I was sitting next to her, and they had made a statement about suicide, and somebody said, "Oh, you would have to be crazy to kill yourself." And I said under my breath, "It ain't that crazy." And she heard me, And she helped me start the conversation towards mental health. I didn't know it. All the answer I knew was just to pray about it. I don't think that, and I don't want to speak for the church as whole, but I don't think we've done a superb job at dealing with the struggle, not even in the preacher role, but just being a Christian. You're not sold the narrative at the beginning all the time, Pastor, that Jesus is your healer, Jesus is your deliverer, but yeah, you're going to still have some inner struggles that he may not take away from you. How do you handle that?
Wow.
And I don't think we're
Wow.
always prepared for that.
So when you had that first suicide attempt, you said as a kid, had you been dealing with something for a while? Was it one traumatic event that kind of triggered all that? What brought that about?
It was a lot. It was personal things, some personal elements in life. I was raised by my grandmother, and so there was some new additions into our family structure, a little different. And I will say this, my cousins are now laugh and talk about it now, but we didn't really grow up even in a space where you could have conversations. You know, you don't talk about your feelings. You don't talk about, I felt this way when this was said to me. Um, Dealing with some challenges at school, being the odd one out. Those things pile up. Now, my sister, Dr. D. Monique, my god sister, she says that situational depression, we're all one situation away from going over the edge. But there's some of us that it's just building. And you don't know that you've snapped until you've hit that place sometimes. And for me, I remember vividly, Pastor, on the altar, crying and praying because life had just gotten so overwhelming. I was like, God, if you love me, you're going to have to answer me. And Pastor, go home. I'm 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm still upset because I don't think God loves me. He's not listening to me because, of course, if he loves me, why wouldn't he just take this away? I remember you talking about your mother passing, your sister. You made me say, "Why God cared? Like, why? Like, I'm out of all the people you could have taken. This is who you." And when you start to process the will of God, if your limited understanding, and you have the emotions that don't get answers all the time, you find yourself trapped. And that's where a lot of us are. A lot of us are trapped, struggling with why? Why did this even happen? And most of us don't go see anybody professional. We go to church, we get a shout in, we cry a little bit, drop our prayer request in, and we think that's it. And that's really only the beginning.
I'm so glad that you said that. You said something earlier that just blessed me, and I think it's so apropos. You coming from a Pentecostal preacher, me being a musician, dad had been a Baptist, mother grew up apostolic, me being a Kojic musician. So me being in all groups and being able to blend in and understand, I'm a part of all of them. And one of the things you said was feeling as if God doesn't love you and asking those questions. And I think that's another thing I think that we've done theologically to people, and we don't realize, but it's really theological violence. We try to help people to maintain their reverence for God, but because you're in an environment where you can't express your feelings in your local environment for fear or reprisal or what the adults may do, and they kind of place that on us even in terms of our relationship to God. So if I can't express myself to my grandmother or my cousins or the people who love me and supposed to be there for me, if I'm uncomfortable in their environment, it has to inevitably affect my relationship with God. So then I hold these things that I'm suppressing against God, my feelings of anger, my feelings that God has let me down. And people in the church would tell you, be quiet, you're not supposed to say that. And so for you just to be so free within saying, God, do you love me? And having those thoughts, and in spite of how you were raised, it seemed like you had no qualm or no hesitation by saying that's what you felt, which I think is incredibly healthy. How did you get to that point to be comfortable saying, God, do you love me? God, how did you feel? How did you get to that comfort level theologically or just emotionally?
At the moment, there wasn't theology. I was just at my edge. I was at the point
My
where
God.
You've sold me that God is the one that answers all prayers. You sold me he is the master physician. You sold me he's this great deliverer. Do it. I've watched people shot. I've watched people get out. I prayed for people. People have been well. What about me? And here's the thing, that mental health, mental illness, depression, anxiety, all of those things, they're never listed in the prayer request list. If you're sick in
My
your
God.
body, you can come to the altar for that. You got
My.
some problems in your family, come to the altar for that. But when have we
My
ever
God.
seen a single altar call, not mixed with anything else, but just for our mental
My
health?
God.
I ain't seen it.
My God. That's so rich. And I think what I love about what you just said is you gave a litany of things that helps people to really identify. You know, I think, you know, when I look at people in my own life, you know, clinically they say that just because I'm sad or melancholy, that's not necessarily depression. You know, that depression
Right.
is an event, or it's something that's come up to a point that maybe lasts for 14 days that affects my mood. You know, anxiety can be situationally triggered, or some people,
Mhm.
but there are some people I think who can have a spirit of anxiety. I think because of the socialization. I think some people who come from parents where there was anxiety, I think it's transferable. I think it's almost a chromosomal connection, or it's environmental. But I also think there's a spirit of heaviness. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's one thing with the situational heaviness versus a spirit of heaviness. And I think when I look at the biblical
Mhm.
characters, you know, Jesus faced situational depression or sadness. But I think Jeremiah had a spirit of heaviness, a spirit of
Just a
depression.
spirit of
What is
heaviness.
your estimation about that? What is your estimation about
I
that?
I want to touch on the situational piece. First, our climates. We're talking about even pandemic past. Um, we saw that people were out at the park and having parties in Georgia in the first weekend it was open, and we looked at them like they were crazy. But for some people, they care more about their mental social health than they do about their physical health. And that's
That's
not
good.
because they're immature. I fall in that category. But what is it worth to me that I don't have COVID-19, but I'm dead in my house?
Wow.
It's with
Wow.
me. And so situationally, like
Wow.
this pandemic is definitely heavy enough. But like you said, like you grow up in a house, pastor. We started to talk about my sister, who's an AP now. She talks about how children who are in at-risk areas and poverty-stricken areas, what they see on a day-to-day basis. So you look out your window and there's the penitentiary outside every day. Your father is not there. Your mother may not even know. You may be raised by your grandparents. You're watching your environment around you, emotionally taking that all in. It can create a spirit of heaviness. Walking into a toxic work environment every day can create a spirit of heaviness. And here's the thing, we let people brush it off when it's really our truth. Oh, you'll get over it.
Mm,
Just you'll be all right. I, that's not true. It doesn't work like that. I wish it did. Pastor, I don't wake up in the morning and say, I want to be depressed today. Today is a great
mm,
day to be depressed. That's crazy.
mm.
But it happens. And so, to your point, I think that even as we look at people in the text, I'm grateful that Jesus approaches a woman at the well who might have actually been dealing with social anxiety.
Indeed.
I'm grateful that he stopped, and I'm grateful that there are people that are like Judas who realizes what they did was so horrible and hang themselves. And I know that's not a beautiful picture, but it shows the humanity, even these biblical characters. Moses throwing down the tablet after he already knew what the children of Israel were doing. It's all leading up to how we are as humans, no matter how gifted and anointed and how much we prophesy. You cut me, I'm going to bleed. And emotionally, mentally, my health is real. And I don't think everybody always gets that, Pastor.
Let me ask you this question. For those who struggle with depression, because you just mentioned, you made a good point. I think we've been so concerned, and me too, about trying to keep people alive, uh,
Hmm.
and keep them alive. I've been very concerned about what's happening governmentally. I
Hmm.
feel that our people have been underserved. I feel that a lot of the reopenings of governments, et cetera, are based on the economy. But I also think that because they see it as war, there are always casualties in war. And whenever you go in a
Hmm.
physical military war, they always consider up, they count the cost. They know some soldiers will be lost. That will be some
Yeah.
attrition. And it seems like in this war against COVID, for me, the costs have been made that the casualties will be brown and black lives. Whether it's
Hmm.
reopening chicken plants where people are dying and people are sick, but now there are governmental executive orders to reopen it because 63% of the people who work at these plants are African Americans and Latinos and Asian.
Yep.
So, you know, so go to work, and a recent study came out that says 80% of hospitalized people in Georgia with COVID-19 were African American. So subsequent that data, now we're reopening the state. So for me, I've been very adamant about trying to get people to not fall in the trap, stay alive, keep your grandmother safe, because it's a
Hmm.
susceptible demographic. But you just made a great point that while we're trying to keep people alive physically, some people in their houses in solitude or in isolation or in quarantine, and you feel like they're dying emotionally. So they would rather risk the physical aspects of it because they're trying to maintain their mental health. That's what you're saying.
Yes. Absolutely. And it sounds crazy. And let me say, it doesn't take away from the seriousness of what's going on with COVID-19 at all. But what it says is that for them, before COVID-19 got here, that was their COVID-19. The
My
difference
God.
is it just wasn't contagious. They
My
could walk
God.
into work every day and be on the brink. You hear stories all the time of people who commit suicide. Um, even Pastor Parker, he had finished preaching and was scheduled to go and preach somewhere else that same day. Pastors all over the country that kill themselves on Mondays. Like after you just finished preaching, it shows that there is something that I'm living with that's more dangerous sometimes than the pandemics we see now. And to your point, Pastor, Dr. D. Monique, she even goes as far to say that you have to be responsible for your mental health also. So the same with how we are responsible with COVID-19 and we mask and we wipe down. You've got to know what you can handle and what you cannot. And during this pandemic, if you are locked up inside, like me, I am from Macon. Most of my family is in Macon. I'm in Atlanta now in a one-bedroom apartment. Most of my friends are out of state. I can't come to work because we can't come to work right now. And I'm used to seeing people and talking all day. But, Pastor, it's been hard in the house. It's been hard to listen and think about my health and not just go to Walmart because I want to see people. You know,
Wow.
um, it, yeah.
Wow. That's so sobering and so necessary. And because I think you're right, we've been talking about not just you as a single man in the house, one bedroom apartment, but across the board. You got married couples who are now stuck in with somebody and having to really evaluate because you know being out and going to work and having some social activities made home tolerable. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Because they had reasons to go and do other things.
Yep.
Children in school 8 hours a day. So the
Yep.
teachers become your babysitters. But now all this stuff you live with every day with no outlet. And you're exactly right. And sometimes I think being busy uh, can really mask or circumvent us really dealing with reality. Because if I'm
Woo,
busy, the
Pastor.
misery and the pain, and I can mask it and I can think about other things. And so the aloneness and the solitude and the quietness is problematic because it reminds me even more of what's not well. You know what I mean? So
Pastor,
how do
some
you
of
do
us,
that?
some
Yeah.
some of us we're not conditioned before this to be by ourselves. We didn't know the
Jesus.
person because we had been busy with full calendars. We had been busy with soccer practices and basketball practice. We had been busy with church services and volunteering here. And some of us, this is the first time that some of us have had to sit down, and we don't know what food we like. We don't know what kind of shows entertain us. We have no hobbies. And all of that goes towards mental health. I told somebody before, discipline wasn't something I had before COVID-19. So all of these people out talking about, oh, go write a book, go work on your website. Well, if you didn't have discipline before now, and now you have 24 hours in a day just sitting in nothing, how do you expect to now get that trade and that skill in this season? And Pastor, we weren't prepared to be by ourselves.
Let me ask you a question. So when you've been at home, because we haven't had public worship. I was talking to Dr. Adolph earlier today and just trying to think through. I got friends who I can think through things. And Dr. John Adolph, a great friend from Beaumont, Texas. We were just having a think tank on the phone, trying to figure it out because it's affected everybody. And I thought about it. We haven't had worship since March the 8th, and he hasn't had worship at Antioch and Beaumont since March 15th. And me feeling it's so hurtful to me that I can't be around the people. I can't be around. I can't hug the mothers of fellowship. It's just the weirdest thing I've ever felt in my life. It's like I don't know. They say, somebody told me that it may be like the mother who wants to feed her child but can't. But it's just a pain and a loss. It's almost, it feels like I'm grieving because I can't be with them. People die and I can't pray for them in church and call their names. It's just a tough process. So I'm working through that through ministry, but it's difficult. But I want to ask you a question relative to when you're at home by yourself and you're always the life of the party. You're always the one who, when you come to work, you're the bubbly one. You're the one who always brings excitement. So when you get home, what triggers these emotions? I want to. How do you know when you're going down something that's not good for you?
So that's a great question, Pastor. So for me, my triggers, I have to um, I have to watch where I let my mind wander. When I am sitting at home, I can't watch shows about spending time with families because that may send me over the edge. I can't have a conversation. I have to watch what conversations I have. I can't watch the news. I can't sit on Twitter and Instagram and watch some of even the real life stories. Part of it is disconnecting from reality because there's only so much I can emotionally take. On top of it, I'm an empath, so I'm an extroverted empath. So when I get around people, I feel people, I'm a part of the life. And then I get by myself and my mind wanders. I, uh, Contrary to popular belief, Pastor, when I get home, I'm very quiet. Now, sometimes I throw in a nice little praise break, glory to his high name. But most of the times I can sit, I will find myself in my bed and my mind will wander. I'll go down the places of what ifs. And so I have to catch myself sometimes. I have to catch myself and say, hey, you can't live there. I have friends that I call when I know I'm going down a place that I really don't need to go to. Insecurities and worries are very big for me. I struggle with insecurities. And so anything that within, especially during this time, I can't wander in that. I can't continuously think over and over and over again about those things that are going on. Thinking about past failures and fallen relationships and why I can't call this person in anymore, why we're not friends anymore. I hold on to things, and those are triggers for me. Pastor, I'll go a step further because some of these mental health issues are hormonal. I have to watch what I eat. If I'm eating a lot of fatty sugars and fried foods all the time. My diet is your brain starts moving when your body moves. So if I wake up in the morning, Pastor, and I lay in the bed for 2-3 hours scrolling on social media, I haven't gotten up. I haven't walked around. I haven't gone to the restroom. I haven't brushed my teeth. I've done nothing in my day. I have already set myself up for the potential failure of falling into the abyss of it. Because here's the thing, you never know where the edge is. You get used to kind of feeling your way around and knowing, okay, I feel that way. Pastor, when I get snappy, I know, okay, Brian, you need to figure out what's going on. When I get quiet, my boss used to tell me at my old job, she said, when you walk in the office and we didn't hear you coming in, we know what kind of day Brian's having. But for me, when you don't know, I deal with those kind of things, it can become difficult at times to process and to live with it. Pastor, I'm going to be honest, and I know the saints out there are saved, but you have to watch out for coping mechanisms like alcohol. Because it's real easy to take a shot here and, oh, that'll make me feel better. But that's how you end up spiraling into drinking the whole bottle, calling somebody you don't need to call. And those become the triggers. It's the little leaven that leaven the whole lump. One wrong word, one wrong thing you see on TV. I'm really bad, Pastor. I'm a love guy. I love love. I love being in love. I wish I was married. But when I live in this single place, I can't talk to my friends sometimes who are booed up. That's a trigger me. Um, And so knowing that is helpful for me, but it takes time to figure out and asking the question, Brian, why do you feel that way? Why did that do that? Pastor, I have unfollowed some people because every time I see them, it causes me to have a reaction inside. And that all gears to your mental health and your mental stability.
Wow, man, that's amazingly loaded. That's a lot of meat on that bone. I thank you for just being so honest because when you don't know the triggers, it's like me when them lights are on. My wife under teaches me all the time. People who know me, I'm really very introverted and quiet when I'm at home. Um, when people who I love, people who I know when they're around, I can be the funniest guy. I'm a comedian. And when the lights are on, when the stage time, when it's like I'm a different guy. It's like people see me who know me well, like we never thought you'd be this. If I was playing sport, if I'm playing sports and doing something sports related, preaching or ministering, people see me, they think I'm so bubbly, extroverted. But when I'm at home and I'm alone, I'm very quiet and introverted. And um, and sometimes, and had this conversation with pastors, that a lot of pastors are struggling right now. And fortunately, I haven't had this issue over the last couple of weeks, but a lot of guys, even preaching right now for them, is incredibly depressing because, uh, I think it was Shaq. I think it was Shaquille O'Neal, um, who talked about when they played basketball that the applause of the crowd they were so accustomed to that because of who he was innately and internally, that the approval of the people when he played ball drove him as a human. But trying to play basketball without that was a major process because he feeds off of how he's wired. And I'm talking to some pastors who they're dreading teaching, they're dreading preaching during online services because they're in a room by themselves with a camera, an iPad, or a laptop, and there's no pushback. There's nobody to feed them, and it causes insecurities because typically the amens are affirmation that I'm doing a good job. And if I don't have the amens because I'm insecure, I don't know if I'm doing a good job or not. And it's driving a lot of pastors. I've talked to at least 5 to 7 of them who said, man, I'm hating this because it's depressing. And it made me think about what you just said. When you go to work, we can always depend on you for the laugh. We know we can always depend on Brian to say something that's going to brighten the room, that's going to be encouraging, that's going to pull people together. But then when you go home and who encourages the encourager? You know, one of the guys in our
Yep.
church, Martez, he killed himself. July be 2 years. His mother still goes to church. He's the life of the church, life of the VOP choir, handsome guy, the clown. But where does the clown go when the clown wants to smile? You know, and so you on here today, you've been sharing, and we've been having these conversations because both of us are honest with our own struggles. So my question to you would be, to the people who are watching now online, whether they be married, single, male, female, divorced, old, young, what kind of strategies, what more strategies, what kind of word of encouragement would you give to them who are watching to navigate through this pandemic, to realize it's okay to struggle, but to cope with it and overcome depression and to maintain their mental health? What would you say to those people right now as a word of encouragement and strength?
The first thing I'd say to them, Pastor, is first let me tell you honestly, Jesus loves you, God loves you. And I know that these seem real churchy, but you got to know that even in your darkest moment, that there is someone that is standing, kneeling, crouched down with you, and he cares. And he has empowered you and people around you to not live there in that place. You will have some dark days. Some of the strategies that just start off, have a schedule for you. Have something, a set time that you wake up in the morning. If you got to set your alarm clock for 10 a.m. Because you've been sleeping to 2 p.m. every day, get your sleep schedule together. Then after that, get up and get dressed. Put some clothes on, cook breakfast, make a meal. Then find a hobby. Find something that you can get into and know yourself. And even if you say, Brian, I know myself, I get up most of the times, I stay deep, and it's still bad, keep working. There's no magic wand, there's no simple equation that's going to change it. But what helps is you keep working at it. I do daily affirmations. Some days I miss them, but I wrote a specific list of affirmations of my insecurities, of things that I know I need to hear. If there's somebody in your life that's toxic and draining the energy you do have, cut them off. If there are things in your social media that trigger you, you don't need to follow all the relationship pages if you're depressed because you don't have a relationship. Stop following them. Stop looking at the dream homes if it's depressing you and not encouraging you. And there's a very thin line. Know what encourages you versus what you're envious and jealous of, because that can even become a trigger for you. And last but not least, you need to find yourself in the word. The reason why I say find yourself in scripture, because it's not for this little holy deep spiritual moment. You need to know that you are not the only person in the world going through something. There were people in biblical times that were going through hardships and mental depression and anxiety, and there are people right now doing it. And as you live in those two places, there's a God who is the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. So what they went through, what you're going through, and what will happen in the future, he's going to handle it. He's going to take care of it. But most of all, don't lose hope. Call somebody. I have a 911 call to a friend. Hey, my mind has gone there. I need you to come find me. Where can we meet? Can we FaceTime? Find somebody that cares about you. Because if they love you enough, they'd take you to the emergency room. They can sit on FaceTime with you. And if you don't have a therapist, last but not least, find one. They have virtual therapists. Pastor, I don't know if you've seen this, but there are some students who have autism or some mental illnesses that are doing counseling sessions with their school counselors to keep the norm there. If the kids need it, you definitely need it. Find what helps you. That's all I got, Pastor.
This has been an incredibly enlightening and therapeutic. You bless me, you help me. I'm still grieving. I know I'm still grieving. I think my life will never be the same. I'm still finding my new normal after the trauma I went through in 2016.
Yep.
Went through a whole lot, and you know, some things I didn't handle well, and I'm still dealing with those things now. But I do know you can come out of it. I do know you can cope, and you can be better, and you can be stronger. I just want to thank you for sharing your story, because I think it's practical and it's real and it's right there, and people can see somebody who's tangible, who's facing it, who's overcoming it, and still can and be in the will of God. And I just think it says something too about those who sometimes call,
Yeah.
particularly when you've been as gifted and talented as you are. I think it's not wise. I think it's naive to think that you can be this gifted and this wise and this talented and as a hard worker as you are. You're one of the hardest working person. When your mind is determined to do something, you're one of the hardest working persons I met. You work hard. And I just think it's unwise or unreasonable to think that you can have all these talent and foresight and the ability, and that not be something that tries to challenge you to get you off center. So thanks for being
Yeah.
who you are. Thanks for sharing. It means the world to me. You blessed a lot of people, and I just speak God's blessings on your life as you continue to navigate to get through this, as we all are. I appreciate you, man of
Amen.
God.
Thank you, Pastor. It's been my pleasure.
Praise the Lord. Listen, guys, you've been watching this segment of Sound Mind of the Hope TV with Minister Brian Collier, and yours truly. I hope you've been inspired and encouraged to put some of those principles. He gave a lot of meat in this conversation, things that you can practically apply to your lives, things that are tangible, that you can implement right now. And so if you have been struggling and haven't been your best, whether it be melancholy, temporary sadness, depression, anxiety, whatever it is, that's hope for you. I speak that the peace of God, which passes all understanding, is going to keep your heart and your mind. If we keep our mind stayed on Him, He'll keep us in perfect peace. Listen, my friends, you've been watching Sound Mind. I hope you've been blessed, encouraged, and inspired. If you know somebody who can benefit from this broadcast, please send it to them ASAP so they too can be encouraged and enlightened. We got to leave you now, but as always, please remember this. If you will be good to God, then God will be good to you. You've been watching Sound Mind. Till we meet again, peace. Take care. What's up, fam? This is the day the Lord has made, and we're here to rejoice and be glad in it. I want to thank you for tuning in to the Hope TV on today. It's my prayer that you're having a beautiful day, that you're walking in the favor of God, that you're walking in faith and not fear, that you're exercising wisdom, and that you're living life to the best of your ability. We know we're in some perilous times, but we also know that our God is great, and He came that we might have life. Sent Christ that we can have life and have it more abundantly. And I pray that you're living the abundant life on today. I want to thank you for tuning in to the Hope TV on today. Some of you, this may be your first time. Others, you've been with us for a while. We've been doing media for a very long time, but we seriously ramped up our efforts for the pandemic. On March 19th, we had our first broadcast entitled Pastoring in a Pandemic. And from March 19th to right now, we now have 18 flagship shows. And in a little over 30 days, our programs have been viewed by over 5 million people via all of our cumulative platforms. And we're grateful. Your support means the world to us, and I appreciate you. And as you're watching now, if you've been blessed, or this is your first time, won't you consider following us at the Hope TV on all things social media, whether it be YouTube, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Periscope. You can follow us at the Hope TV. You also can follow our church, House of Hope Atlanta, on YouTube, and House of Hope Atlanta on Facebook, House of Hope ATL on Instagram and Twitter. And if you're watching, won't you consider subscribing or liking the pages and sending them to a friend who you know can be empowered and impacted by it. It's very, very important for us that we minister to you from a spiritual, emotional / mental, and physical perspective. All of our programming here is undergirded with an emphasis on faith, family, finances, fitness, our faculties, and interjecting some fellowship and some fun along the way. So if you've been blessed, drop us a line. Let us know where you're watching from, the city, state, and country, as we take your viewership and your support very, very seriously. So thank you so very much for your support. Today you're watching a broadcast that I love, a segment I love. This is called Man Cave. We actually started something called Man Cave 5, 6, 7 years ago at our church, if not longer, where our men would gather once a month, Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. And literally 300-400 brothers would show up once a month at 7 o'clock on a Saturday morning just for us to exchange and have dialogue. It was a place of real, relevant, and authentic conversations, and how many tremendous relationships have been forward since that time. And so I just want to thank the brothers who supported Man Cave. And so what we've done, we've taken our Man Cave concept and just brought it to media to allow you to be a part of our Man Cave conversations. And so if you know a brother, a friend, a grandfather, a nephew, a cousin, anybody who you know can be positively impacted, the Bible says it's good and pleasant for brethren to dwell together in unity. And there's some sisters who are watching just trying to figure out how men think or how to better minister to your significant other, who may be a man or a relative or friend. Then we invite you to take part of this as well. So it's not exclusive to men. We don't exclude the women, but it's a male-centered conversation. And of course, we also have a conversation for our ladies as well. That broadcast aired earlier. It's called Pink Table Talk. So the ladies had their time, and now the fellows are going to have their time. Today, our episode is unique because I've invited some very key people on our team who've been all invaluable in helping us to navigate through this pandemic. One is a blessing to us, to our ministry. He works behind the scenes, but in this particular pandemic, he's been working diligently to help us prepare food. He and his wife have prepared literally hundreds of meals for us to provide food to our first responders. And so that outreach piece, and also involved in the media piece, he's just a tremendous brother, a tremendous friend. So glad to have him. He represents the sweet couple here, John Stevens. What's up, John? How you doing, brother?
What's going on, Chief? What's going on, family?
Glad to have you here. Good to see you, man. And second, we have our youth pastor, our new youth pastor. He hails to us. He, of course, from Atlanta, and grew up in Columbus, and he's doing a Herculean of a job helping us with our No Cap Youth Chat. It's got a lot of major things happening with our kids ministry, doing stuff for our young adults, getting ready to host our first online 2K tournament. I mean, this guy's been busy working while maintaining his family, his beautiful wife, and his children. And we're glad to have him here with us today, Pastor DeMarcus Smith. What's going on, Pastor D?
What's good on, Pastor Jeff? All is well. So far, so good. I'm excited to be on with you, gentlemen.
Good to see you, man. Glad you're here. And last but not least, our outreach pastor, who has just been working tirelessly through this moment. It's been very tough on him. He buried his mother just a few weeks before coronavirus hit, but even through his grief and bereavement and pain, he's still been serving, has served food to literally thousands of senior citizens, groceries we've been providing for them free of charge, and also helping to coordinate the outreach ministry in terms of our first responders, getting food to those doctors and nurses and administrators who work at the hospitals. He's our outreach pastor, congregational care department. I'm so happy to have him, Pastor Jeff Fauntleroy. What's going on, Jeffrey? How you doing, sir? Pastor Jeff?
Pastor, good to be here today.
Glad to have you all. Glad to have all three of you here. We want to talk about it because I've been getting a lot of calls from pastors and church leaders who just been asking me the question. They've been watching a lot of things we've been doing. They're like, man, how are you guys doing what you're doing, man? I'm really blown away. I mean, literally all over the world, pastors are calling me that I never thought I would hear from, saying, man, can you just please, I am literally talking to pastors every single day. Somebody's calling, texting, want to have some conversations to get some insight. So I want to start with you, Pastor Jeff. You've been helping on the front lines in a real way with the senior citizens piece, providing groceries, and now most recently providing food and some other stuff you have coming. Tell us what you're doing, how you're doing it, because it makes the men look good about church. But just tell us, what you've been doing so far in the congregation care department.
Well, Pastor, every day it is an investigation, literally. It starts off with monitoring what the scientists are saying, what the politicians are saying, and then we look at the numbers to see what has happened based on decisions that were made a couple days ago. It's almost like what happens in coal mining when they send the canaries into the coal mines. When the canaries come out, you know it's safe to go in. When they don't come out, it's not safe. So based on that, that's how we have been operating as far as going back out, serving the public. We have been gradually venturing out. We served the first responders, but we did it in a very safe way. As far as going back out. We have another feeding coming up on next Thursday, and that will be a strategic action. We'll have people coming in at various times to make sure that we never have more than 5 or 6 people in one space at one time. So we're still monitoring how we operate, making sure that we're putting our volunteers in a safe space and the people that we serve in a safe space. We are meeting needs and solving problems. As I stated earlier, one of the problems that we're trying to solve is how do we meet the needs safely? So we're monitoring all of that, coming up with strategic ways to gradually introduce the outreach efforts that we would normally do back into play.
Let me ask you this question in terms of your volunteers, because I know here's what most people don't know. Well, some people do know about our church, but our church has always been very strong in outreach. I mean, for years. I mean, it's been a part of my ministry. My question to you, have you had difficulty in terms of volunteers, gathering volunteers since the COVID-19? Has your volunteer base dropped, or people are fearful in terms of coming out to help? Is there a difference now?
No, it's definitely a difference. They are fearful. They are watching to see what's going on. And our 30034 area code is one of those highly populated areas with COVID in DeKalb County. DeKalb County being number 2 in the state, Oakland County first. People are nervous and they're a little apprehensive. So it's been difficult to get volunteers, but we got a hardcore group that knows how to do safe distance. And we just work it out.
That's great. Pastor D, I want to change up for a minute. Your context, you're still serving in a major way, but it's a little different because you're trying to oversee youth and children, but you can't see them. So tell us how that's been and how you navigate through it, you and your team. How you getting through this season?
Well, man, I wouldn't be able to get through it without the phenomenal team that I have, to be honest. We have definitely been working heavy behind the scenes. Every single week, we try to make sure that we're interacting with all of our students, whether that's through our group meet, whether that's when we're on live every Sunday, Wednesday, during our Zoom calls, reaching out to parents. We're getting calls, text messages, just making sure that we're touching them at least 2 to 3 times a week, if not more. And I would not be able to do it alone. I have a strong team that, if I'm unavailable, they're able to reach out, get any information that's needed, talk to them, and get it to me as quickly as they can. If any of the parents reach out, I'm calling immediately just to see if I can do anything. We've gone to the great length of, if I got to cash out my babies, man, if I got to send them some money to go get them some snacks, I'll do it. So we've been really heavy with just staying active with them, staying in close communication with them, and making sure we're touching them at least 2-3 times a week.
That's great. In terms of the parents, Pastor D, because you made a good point that parents are reaching out to you. If you had to juxtapose how parents reached out prior to COVID-19 versus how they're reaching out now, is there a difference? More calls, less calls? And what are the nature
Uh,
of those? What's the nature of those particular calls?
well, we're getting prior to the COVID, I was still coming in, learning everybody, learning the parents, learning the students, and everybody was welcoming with open arms. Now, since the pandemic has occurred, we've gotten a lot more calls, specifically around my seniors, because a lot of them haven't really been handling it too well because what they planned out at the beginning of senior year does not look like senior year now, right? So, a lot of parents just like, hey, Pastor D, can you check in on them? Just make sure they good. As I see them, some of them kind of down, thinking about graduation and not being able to have it. And now we're starting to see some of our younger students are starting to be affected. Not to the extent like that they really understand how extreme the circumstances are, but they just tired of their parents and, and driving them insane. And so now we're behind the scenes creating stuff for them to where in the next week we'll start seeing them a whole lot more just so their parents got time to breathe. So we're getting a lot more calls, but we're excited for them because it just lets us get to hear their voices, even though we can't see them sometimes. And I think on the other end, it lets them know, hey, we still here, we still love you, we miss you greatly. And every time we end the call, we just say, look, we cannot wait to see you guys again.
That's great. John, let me ask you a question. I was at the church a few weeks ago, and Pastor Jeff, along with Pastor Sharice Cross, coordinating with M University Hospitals, North Decatur Road, and Hillendale. I walk into the atrium, our HF Shepherd Multiplex. I walk in, and I am greeted by a smorgasbord. I mean, just food everywhere. And I know that you and the Sweet Couple, you and your wife Ty, have a wonderful catering business. And shout out to the Sweet Couple, shout out to my sister Ty. But can you tell us, how that worked in terms of feeding hundreds of volunteers? Not volunteers, but our first responders. How did that work in terms of your business and how you guys coordinate that? Because I think you got to do it again in a few days. How's that working?
Well, that partnership was amazing for us because that was the first time we've ever done that. More of an assembly line. We've done big crowds like that before, but it was more, of them serving themselves. So for us in that instance, it was new. But the mere fact that we were able to give them options, they got chicken, they got fish that day, and I think you also had the veggie option. So with all that combined, and then be able to box it for them, so all the day had to do was literally take the food and go warm it. There was no other contamination, and even at the contamination piece, it's different working right now, especially in the food industry, because of course you always want to be safe and sanitary, but now you have to take extra precautions because you don't want to pass on COVID through food, of course. So that was very different for us, but we made it through, and thank God, nothing happened, and of course we're ready to do it again. It was something that we even gave back. We wouldn't charge it as much as we normally would have, but because of why we were doing it, we definitely wanted to give back in that sense as well.
So
Now, in terms of the first responders and those people being fed, how did you come up with that menu? Is that something you guys decided, or what are your plans on doing differently going forward the next time we got first responders?
Right. Well, the main thing is, of course, most people like chicken. Of course, when you're feeding that many people, you always want to have two different entree options, and then you want to have, of course, a veggie option because some people don't eat meat at all. You want to stay away from a lot of your pastas and stuff because just different dietary needs. So it was strategic for us getting a fish, a chicken, and a veggie because you can cover the biggest part of the gamut with those three. Beef, a lot of people don't do red meat, so it was strategic not doing red meat in that instance. And so once you do those three things, you can pretty much everybody can get something out of that, even if that's not necessarily what you desire at that point. And take it a little further, it was a free meal, so and it wasn't a hospital food. So a lot of people, we even got comments back saying, "Man, that food was delicious," and we hope y'all keep doing this.
That's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Pastor Jeff, let me ask you this. In terms of COVID-19 outreach ministry, has this changed you? You know, has it changed your perspective? How are you different in terms of what you do now versus prior to COVID-19? Pastor Jeff.
Well, Reverend, everything that we do now is strategic. Nothing is just, hey, let's do this because, it looks good, or, we want to do something nice. Everything now is strategic. Again, we are, it's like a war room and a boardroom after seeing the news and after studying the science. I talked to our coordinators and our leaders in that department, and we talk things out. The what ifs, if we could do this, if we can do that. We're trying to make connections. We even put out to our church leaders some other areas that are serving that can do it in a more strategic way than we can. So everything now is strategy, strategy, strategy. How do we get the biggest bang for our buck? How do we serve our community? How do we serve our congregation, but do it in a safe way so that no problems come up in our serving? So, and it's even impacted the way that we do our congregational care. We've got a funeral tomorrow, and I've been dealing with this family, and we've had to eliminate some of the things that we would normally do at a funeral because we have a limited amount of time, limited amount of people that we can have at the funeral, at the gravesite. So we had to eliminate some things that we would normally have, songs, poems, all that kind of stuff. You want to honor your family members, but unfortunately, we have to be careful in these times because one of the biggest outbreaks that is reported at the beginning of this COVID-19 happened at a funeral up in Athens, Georgia.
Wow. Absolutely. Pastor D, let me ask you this question. Doing youth ministry, going to schools, bringing that fire and excitement, has it changed you? Has it changed your approach? Are you different now as a youth pastor prior to this whole thing?
Look, the walls closing in on me. I'm about to lose my mind. I am an extrovert, so not being able to be around people is driving me insane. And so I got all this stuff bottled up, and the only way I can take it out is like on our shows. So that's why people get all that high energy, because I ain't got nowhere else to put it. So like right now, look, I ain't had no haircut, Pastor. Look at me. I got a whole fro going on, but I'm good. It ain't receding. I ain't losing it, so we good. But it's definitely I've been kind of zeroing it in now because I'm like, what can you take advantage of since you can't do what you love to do the way that you do it? And so now, instead of looking at it one way, I've focused in on, okay, how do you become better? Just as DeMarcus, focusing on me first. How do you become better as a husband? How do you become better as a father? And it was one day I was on with Pastor Jeff. Me and him were just on a call, and I was outside teaching my son how to ride a bike, and it literally brought me to tears because I grew up without my father. And I was chopping it up with Pastor Jeff because I view him as one of those great leads. Like I respect him because he, since day one, just like you, Pastor, he'll call me, hey, bro, you need anything? Everything good? And so to like being able to now work on me as an individual in the different areas that I can has been amazing. But yet these walls won't stop closing in. And so just trying to take advantage of the things that I can take advantage of. That way, when we come out of this, instead of me coming out the same way I went in or coming out below the bar when I went in, I want to come out higher. So I was telling the students the other day, I done got that big Hebrew Greek book because I'm trying to study Hebrew and Greek. And I done opened it and closed it 72 times. So, but it's just trying to push to become better. And I told them by any means, you know, even as a pastor, as a servant, a Christian, which is what we're pushing heavy with the students right now. Once we get out of this, we are going to be completely different and better than we ever were. But right, we got I'm in the process. So far so good. I ain't putting no holes in the walls, and I ain't ran away yet. So we good.
John, it's interesting because not only you have been helping out with the outreach piece, now we appreciate you guys for partnering with our men's ministry, the outreach ministry, our women's ministry to feed, and health and wellness ministry. I'm sorry, to feed those first responders. But you also been doing a whole lot in terms of our media ministry, Hope TV. I mean, it's been all hands on deck for you, John. People don't see you and the team, but you've been drafted in and pulled in to help serve. How's that experience been for you in terms of learning something new with this Hope TV piece?
Oh man, let me tell you something. It's been different, but at the same time, you know, that's just who I am. I jump in anywhere and take the reins. But what's interesting really is that it kind of went back to a previous job that I used to do. I used to work for a company called Streaming Faith. And they did a lot of the things that I'm having to do now for our ministry. So it kind of prepped me for that. Of course, I never knew at the time that we'd be dealing with something like this, but it taught me how to do the technical things on the background, in the background, as how to do, make the live broadcasts, and even doing websites and stuff. Now I've changed and started doing some websites and all that kind of stuff. So it makes me feel better because, number one, I'm able to do something at home that that some people, you could go out and do it, but I'm able to do it at home, so it makes it a whole lot easier, being at home and going in my own little office and away from everybody. And I have a living room set up in my garage, and I tell them, don't even come down there right now unless you're trying to get something, and go back out immediately, because I got work to do. I got ministry to do. And on that same note, guys have been calling me, because a lot of people know that some of the things that I do for you, they've been calling me, asking the intricate parts of, how are y'all, the questions they're probably asking you too is, how y'all doing this every day? What programs are y'all using? How are you doing what the back end of it? And I've been able to share with them that, but I told them, y'all just wait till we have this next NYM, sign up for this next NYM, and then we'll give you all
Yes,
that in
sir.
at one time.
Yes, sir.
It's amazing when I talk to all three of you, and it's kind of scary. I know it's God. It's as if, like you just said, John, you did work with Streaming Faith, which was about broadcasting ministries. I never saw that connection. The things that Marcus has been doing, Pastor D's been doing, going to the schools, and his usage of social media, all the while, and now it's had to ramp up significantly, but he's been already, versatile and gifted and knowledgeable. He's helping me with my social media. You, Pastor Jeff, we've been doing senior citizens food giveaways and the volunteerism and getting the outreach center together. You've been organizing that forever. And it seems that all these things have come to bear at the same moment. So while this is a difficult moment, we're not totally lost without having any idea. I mean, we've never seen it before, but some churches, I know some pastors don't have a camera. They have a Facebook page. So while we're figuring it out, we do have some things that can help us figure it out. And I think that's just so important. But what I want to close out by asking a couple of questions, because here's the thing that's very important to me, and I've been talking to pastors about it. We know how we've done church in the past.
Yep.
We know the adjustments that we're having to make right now, but we're having a few conversations about what this is going to look like on the back end. I was talking to John Adolph yesterday at Beaumont, Texas. He called me and said, "Man, I appreciate everything you're doing, but I just got some questions for you." He said, "What's the strategy?" He said, "How are we going to have worship, in light of social distancing? What does baptism look like? Baby dedications, passing the offering tray, passing communion. What are we going to do in light of all this as we go forward?" And so with that being said, I kind of want to ask you some questions. Have you had much time to think about what happens once this is all over, and how the new norm will affect what you're doing? And maybe you haven't thought about it, but I just want to ask you out that question. And if so, what have you thought about it? Pastor Jeff?
Well, you hear me talk about strategic planning often. My last 10 years in law enforcement, I spent as a liaison with the United States Secret Service. So we always had large gatherings that dealt with large people, presidents, vice presidents, heads of states, all that kind of stuff. So we always had to plan out strategically for the safety of those and the people who were coming in. We had to make sure it was a sterile environment. So I'm back in that mode now. As we get back to church, we have to make sure that we have a sterile environment for those who are coming back in, our congregation. So I'm thinking about how is this taking place. We're going to have still safe distance seating. I don't know what that's going to look like, but I'm looking at it so that I can offer some details to that to help the organization. We've got to look at baptism. We've got to look at communion. All of those things need to be strategized now. We just can't look at it as normal church. Normal church is really one of the reasons that we are in the space that we're in now. So you can't go back to normal. Normal is no more. There's a new normal. And we have to think strategically. We've got to put our heads together and think about the safety of our congregation, of our staff, and how to keep people alive.
Pastor D, what about you? Have you given any thought? I mean, I know you want to get out the house, get out those walls from closing in on you, but do you think this is going to radically shift how you do? Is it going to change? Is it going to change what you do in terms of youth ministry?
Most definitely. I think all ministries as a whole, youth ministry, whatever ministry you are part of, I think what we're doing now from a virtual standpoint has to continue. So what we've been doing behind the scenes is we've been getting our camera crew together. We've got students who are fire with the camera. I've got students that are way better with social media than I am. And they're more up to date with all the different platforms. So what we've been doing is getting our team together, because one thing about me, when it comes to youth ministry, I come in the gate and say, this ain't my ministry. This is all about you. And so what is your vision for it? And we take all their visions and we create. And I've got some super dope students and talented. And so we've been taking advantage of their talents and saying, okay, so if we get back on Sundays, we got this camera set up. We got the 4K camera set up. We got the phone stuff set up for social media, because if you're unable to come physically, you still gonna get everything that we're able to offer. And even in terms of planning our trips now, we've made all of our adjustments for our trip. My team has been working heavy behind, okay, we had to move our maxed out conference. So now, and I don't want to give it away, but we done moved it to another time. And but what we're doing is we are adapting, which everybody's gonna have to. But this whole virtual perspective, it has to keep going, and we just keep taking it up a notch. So we're training behind the scenes. We're getting our students prepared to put that work in. We even going to great lengths now to say, hey, some of y'all finna start teaching. So when I say we training, and getting them prepared to now be and walk this Christian walk out. Because look, y'all said y'all want to be Christians and you believe. Now you finna actually have to take those steps and do it. And a lot of our students, one of the big things is they haven't had Pastor D or the people of the church as the crutch anymore. And now they actually having to take them steps. And I'm loving how they're calling and like, Pastor D, this is hard. I'm like, yeah, but you got it. Everybody is walking like you walking. Some of us had to go learn how to crawl again. But now we're able to do it on our own, and now add all of these, take advantage of just the internet, the virtual world. And now we're not in one location. Now we get to go all across the world. And the beautiful part is we done had so many testimonials and comments. We had people watching No Cap from California and sending us messages, and it's been absolutely amazing. So you got to keep the momentum rolling, taking advantage of it, And look, it doesn't end. It won't end. So you just add this new platform on, and we keep rocking.
Have you heard from any other youth pastors in terms of what you're doing?
Yes, we had a couple of youth pastors reaching out to us about how we're creating and how we are doing what we're doing. And my main thing is just look, Pastor Smith got me on go. He told me to do me, and that's all I'm doing. So my biggest thing to them is getting out their own way. Don't overthink it. Use what you got in your hands, and what you got in your hands are your students. This is their world. So you got to let them do them. And that's been one of the biggest pieces of advice I've been able to give them. And so now what we're seeing is, like, we did our Spirit Week with our students last week, and then you start to see a lot of the ministries do theirs. And so I love being in the forefront as far as the lead goes, but it's awesome to see the reflection of it. It's awesome to see how these other ministries are stepping up and they're taking advantage of it too, because that's what's most important. We never gonna stop training up our students and preparing them. And so we've been loving it. We've been loving all the calls, been loving assisting them, and we just keep it rocking.
Man, thank you, John. And you've been drafted. You've been doing special projects for the church for a long time, and now you've been drafted in a more technical way. You always are more on the sales end and that part of distribution end. Now you're doing the technical aspects of this whole thing. What do you think it looks like for you going forward?
Well, get a lot of that liquid that's brown. I'm talking about a brown liquid. If we get more of that brown liquid, I think it'll be a little easier for me. I'm sorry. This is a church program. I'm sorry. But seriously though,
the walls closing in on you.
Yeah, they closing in.
We almost made it.
I'm sorry, but let me get back on task. I apologize. What I'm gonna have to do first of all is dig deeper, because as Pastor D said, this ain't about to stop. So what I'm having to do now is learn these new platforms and make what I'm doing more automated, so that way we can gain more programs, because I know, Pastor, you're not going to stop, and I know the goal is now more so a 24/7 network, so for us to be broadcasting 24/7. So I have to find out the best and economical way to broadcast 24/7 and to ingest new content and the live content as well. So that's the main thing for me is, and even our websites, we have to, like Pastor D, they need a whole website dedicated just to youth ministry, and Pastor Jeff does too. So either we make our current website more robust, or we do a lot of individual websites. So I've just been thinking about that kind of stuff. Now I probably just made a whole lot of more work for myself, but I've been thinking about that thing. But that's what it's going to take once we get out of this, because we can't go back to just everybody's announcements going through one avenue. If you want to know about the youth ministry, you go to the youth page and everything is there for them. If you want to know what Pastor Jeff is doing, so you got to make it easier for your end user to get the information that they're looking for. They shouldn't have to, especially in this time, be looking for something on your site and can't find it. You've got to make it real easy, because there's so many people out there giving content, making content. Everybody got a word to say from the Lord. Well, we're going to make it real easy when the Lord says something to them from our church, real easy for them to get what they need from us. So that's been my goal, digging deeper and just making it easy on the end user.
Man, that's good.
Well, let me just first of all thank all of you, because you are amongst the team that's helping me, and people who know me. John knows me probably better than the rest of you, because he's been around me since he was 18 years old. People know that I grind, and it's either 0 or it's 100. And when I grind at a very, very, very hard pace, and it's intense. And this season has me in full grind mode. And it's like when I play basketball. I played guard, I played 1, I played 2, and you got to push the ball, and you got to push it. Right. When you pushing the ball, you got to have somebody who can run with you. You know what I mean? And you got different styles. You got the Boston Celtics who play half court, but you had Magic Johnson, the Lakers. It's fast break. And I'm kind of like, when it's season like this ain't a half court offense. You got to run because people are dying, and you got to make the adjustments. We're trying to stay in touch with our people. We haven't seen our people since March the 8th. You know what I mean? We got staff, we got a mortgage. So, it's just like we in it, and it's sink or swim. But the way you guys have been able to grind and get in the trenches and run fast court. I can throw alley-oop and you throw it to me, and we in this symmetry. And it feels so good to have somebody, Magic Johnson, who can throw it to James Worthy or Byron Scott, or you got Kareem down there. It just makes a difference when you got somebody who can run with you. And you guys have made it so easy because these areas, media outreach and you are like flagships, and they're very dear to my heart. And I believe without those things, you don't have a church. Without outreach ministry, without youth ministry, without media ministry, you don't have a church in the 21st century. And the fact that you guys are intricate parts of all those realities and those ministries means the world to me, man. I just want to thank you. And hopefully the pastors who are watching, people who are watching can hear what's going on, that we're in the trenches trying to make it through, trying to figure it out. Nobody has all the answers. We're figuring it out as we go. And you guys represent manhood and struggle and getting back up and persevering. And I just appreciate you for all you've said and all you've done. Anybody got anything you want to say as we get ready to log off? Anything you want to say to the interviewers? Anybody?
No, I think a lot of what you've done is rubbed off on a lot of people because you're not just leading, but you right there in the trenches with us. And it's been super dope seeing the speed, seeing as we create, and just saying, look, we on go, and I'm loving it. It's me to step my game up. So right now, the best thing I can compare it to is that MJ doc right now. MJ, we already watching the documentary, baby. MJ's mentality. I know it don't roll off on y'all. His mentality, his own goal, and the way he influenced everybody around him, it feels like that. Even when old Dennis Rodman, he had to get everybody straight, but they bought in. And because they bought in, that thing is moving. Right now, I'm seeing championships. So that's what we on. So I appreciate you. Awesome. I appreciate you.
Yeah. I appreciate you being open, man, to suggestions. You throw stuff out there, man, and I'm able to, get back to you and say, well, that sounds good, but let's try it this way. Or, hey, I got it. And you give me the room to put it together and do it. So, every day we're in the war room, man, checking out what's going on, strategizing, seeing how we could do this. And it's not a thing of if we're going to get it done. It's going to get done. But it's just a matter of how we're going to do it where everybody still lives.
Yes, sir.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And for me, right quick, and I'm going to try to be as serious as I can when I say this. It's okay to fail because even in some of the stuff we've been doing, we've tried and it didn't work, and then we had to go back and adjust. Even with me right now, I should have one of those little lights Pastor D got that's right here, the circle in your face. It's that type thing that we have to do now that make our viewing easier and more palatable to the people. So once you get your lighting right, once you get your cameras right, once you get all that right, and you get that little brown, that little brown liquid, I think we'd be good to go. I think God favors all of that. I really do.
Close it in. Close it
in. But he won't put more
as y'all
than you're able to bear.
As you can tell, family who's watching, you always need somebody that you can pray for who's in need of sanctification. And of course, out of these three, we know which one that needs extra prayer and extra oil. So in your prayer time, would you please call his name?
Now one to him.
But seriously, man, I thank y'all so much for what you're doing. I'm energized. I told Andre this morning, I said, I feel like I'm that 19-year-old pastor that's got the minister of music, the choir director, the Sunday school teacher, the preacher, the pianist, the lawn guy, the janitor, and the independent contractor. I feel like I'm all those guys. So I feel like these are unprecedented times, and pastors are saying, man, we just following your lead. So, man, because every pastor's not creative. Every pastor doesn't have staff. So a lot of pastors saying, man, you do it. We pick what we can pick. So I feel like, God has raised us to not just be a blessing to our media community, but also leave some crumbs for somebody else, because somebody left some crumbs for us. And what we're doing is blessing other pastors because they got some templates they can just take back to their churches, as you said earlier.
Right.
And so I feel like what we're doing is not just for us, but it's for the kingdom because it's bigger than one church. And I want to thank y'all for being a part of a kingdom venture, not just the House of Hope. You know, Greater Travelers Rest, we've been around for 144 years this year. May 1876 is when our church got started. So we're 104 years old. But what we're doing is not just for Greater Travelers Rest, the House of Hope Atlanta. What we're doing is for the kingdom because it's blessing people everywhere. So I want to thank you, fellas, for all what you do in outreach, youth, young adult children, John, you in media, and with the help with the outreach ministry because it's helping to make a difference and people all over the world being blessed. So thank y'all men for serving, undergirding me, and holding my arms so I can do what God has called me to do. So those of you who are watching, I want you to see some strong men who are in the trenches serving. Hear some of the stories, the different groups, and some of the challenges and some of the perspectives. And I hope you've been blessed by it. Your pastor, share it with your outreach pastor, share it with your youth ministry, share it with your media team so they can get some insight and get some inspiration. Because we can make it through this, but it's going to be a new normal. We got to recreate, rethink, we got to reimagine ministry, and we're all reimagining it together. So you've been watching Man Cave with some very strong men who are in the trenches trying to make this thing do what it do so we can give God the glory and edify the people of God. So thank you for tuning in to the Hope TV Man Cave. We got to log off and close this broadcast now. But as always, remember this. If you will be good to God, then God will be good to you. You've been watching Man Cave. Until next time, peace. Thank you, fellas.
Sir.
Well, this is the day the Lord has made, and we're here to rejoice and be glad in it. I want to welcome you to the Hope TV and certainly give you a great deal of appreciation and gratitude for your support for following the Hope TV. You know, we've been doing media a long time. We ramped up our efforts significantly when the pandemic started. And our first broadcast was on March 19th, a series called Pastoring in a Pandemic. And since that time, from March 19th until now, we've grown from that one show to 18 shows throughout the week. And in 30 days, we've topped 5 million viewers throughout all of our platforms. I just want to thank you for your support. It's been incredible. Your kind words have meant the world to us. We're just trying to bring some positive programming, some good news during a difficult time. Our aim is to bring you programming that will minister to people spiritually, mentally, as well as physically. Everything that undergirds our programming here is, of course, dealing with faith, family, and finances, fitness, our faculties, fellowship, and then interjecting some fun along the way. So I appreciate you. So if you're watching the Hope TV and you've not yet followed us, please follow us on all things social media. There's a new YouTube page that you can subscribe to. That way you can get notifications when different programs are being offered. You can follow us on Hope TV on Instagram, on Facebook, on Twitter, all things social media, and also our new platform called Twitch. So thank all our Twitch followers. So if you're following from Apple TV, Roku TV, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Periscope, on the House of Hope Atlanta website, the edewissmith.org website, or the House of Hope app. However you're watching, I want to thank you for tuning in today. I'm excited about it. This is your daily dose of hope. We're hope dealers here, and we hope that you're inspired and that you are encouraged. This is one of my favorite shows because it's called One-on-One, and we get an opportunity to interview some incredible people who've made some tremendous strides in their own fields and professions and are making a difference in terms, whether it be athletics, whether it be business, whether it be politics, sports, and of course we've had persons on here. We've had some NFL players on here. We've had some movie execs, directors on here. We've had some political activists and politicians on here. So we just had a wealth of people, a plethora of people on here. And today I'm very, very excited to have our guest who's going to be on with us today. I had the privilege of meeting him some years ago, and his spirit, personality was magnetic, and just his focus. He's an incredible, incredible brother. He's a graduate of Florida A&M. Graduated with one of the members of our church, Rob Hardy, and their fraternity brothers. I think they're LBs too. And that's such a bond they have. And of course, Rob and Will Packer, all friends, and they share a very close bond. He started out at FAM with those guys that came up, and he has just blossomed phenomenally. He's the CEO of Liquid Soul. He's a media executive. Had some incredible projects. He's moving to directing and producing, and not just the distribution of content. Just an incredible brother. He's a deacon in his church. He's a husband. He's a father. He's a man of God. He's socially conscious and has a heart for his community, and I respect him dearly. I want to welcome to one-on-one today my brother Terrell Whitley. What's up, Terrell? How you doing, man?
I'm fantastic. I'm fantastic. Thank you so much, Pastor, for having me and for the kind words.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean it from the heart. You know, I don't just throw out pleasantries. Sometimes we just say things, be saying things, but it's good to say it, and you can mean every word you say. Tell us a little bit about your background. You know, I've had a chance to meet your dad and brother, and kind of see your roots and how you developed. So tell us how you got from where you were to where you are right now.
Sure. So I'm originally from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And yes, there are Black people in Milwaukee and Wisconsin. Few of us, I migrated out of there, as you mentioned, and went to Florida A&M, found my bride on campus. It was her second day, my third day on campus. And we've now been together almost some 29 years and been married, I think now coming up on 26. So I've been blessed in that capacity. Have two girls, one just as a graduating senior and a 16, one that's turned 16 next week. So I'm in a house full of women. So thus I'm at my office today so I could find my happy space. What's great is I've always had this spirit of business and entrepreneurship, even when I was a young man. I used to cut hair. I had a little barber shop in the basement, had my little red light, and had my little chairs down there. And I used to cut hair. Because I was in Wisconsin, I had a lawn mowing company. But then in the winter months, I would go out and shovel snow. I have a twin sister. And I tell my father sometimes that I know he loves her a whole lot more than he loves me. Because she was the princess of the house, whereas for me, he was like, "Hey, get out there and go make a way for yourself." But it instilled in me tremendous work ethic and a spirit to really go out and seek to discover things like how to be an entrepreneur. My dad was he had a great job with the transit system in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Worked there 36 years. And I had these small businesses. And then when I went to FAMU, I actually started my first two companies. I had a graphic design company called Fly Productions and a web development company and called Midnight Online. And after those two companies, I decided to get married. And I went to corporate America. And I think the corporate America experience for me was critical because it allowed me to kind of basically mess up on somebody else's dime. And I got a chance to learn and get some experience. And what I say is I created my tool belt. I had almost like Batman who has his utility belt. I was able to add things to my utility belt while going through corporate America. But I always had the itch to get back into business for myself. But having that foundation allowed me to get my finances right. I got my credit score right, paid off my student loans, and I was very diligent in my tithing and my giving and my philanthropy. I gave back to the university. So I tried to be very astute, even in my young age. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that I was married and I was focused in that space. And from there, I started Liquid Soul. I was an executive at the time with a company called SAP, which is a software company. I was a 29-year-old, one of the youngest executives here in Atlanta. I had these huge clients like Coca-Cola and Home Depot and Cox, where we would implement this business intelligence solution through SAP. And while the money was good, while the work was good, I didn't have freedom and I felt constrained. And so I became what they call a passionpreneur. I started my company while I was working corporately, and I took a lot of my corporate bonuses and other things, and I would reinvest it into my company. Now, the great thing is I had eliminated my debt situation, before that. Is led to where I could spend money on my company. And I had a believing wife, let's say it that way. She believed in me. And I think I gave her reason to believe because I was being true to my word on the things that I would do for her and for our family. And thus, I started the company while I was at SAP. And I remember clearly the time when they had layoffs. This was probably in, early, maybe 2002, somewhere in there. And I saw people around me with families and, a lot of heavy expenses, and they were being laid off, and the pressure that they felt was something that always stuck with me. And I said that to me was something I never wanted to feel. And that's where the company became my freedom space. Well, I grew the company over time, and we worked with great people like Will Packer and Rob Party. We helped them with their first film, which was called The Gospel. Most people don't know their first film was a faith film with Idris Elba and Boris Kodjoe, as a matter of fact. Great movie.
Indeed.
And we did quite well off of that film. And from there, I was able to get into the entertainment system and begin doing more and more film. Well, the company, Liquid Soul, grew. And as a matter of fact, while I was still at SAP, I was running $1 million agency and kind of balancing both. And I had a staff, and luckily I had a little bit of juice on my corporate job where I could kind of float a little bit. But I hit a breaking point where my tax accountant said, "Hey, this isn't making a lot of sense, for you financially. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to do, but health-wise," he said, "you're going to drive yourself to an early grave if you try to balance the world on a pen." And so I made the conscious and tough decision to say, you know what, SAP, I'm going to leave you. And I have a book title for this. I said, my bishop, which is the former Bishop Ron Saylor Sr., we used to talk about this, which was, you can't be excellent in your spare time. Wow. And so that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to be excellent in my spare time. And I had to take both feet and jump fully in to my passion. But the great thing is I had great preparation. So when I jumped in, I didn't jump in thinking, okay, what's going to happen? I kind of already had some utilities around me because of that utility belt where I was already moving and shaking. And so it was really an excellent transition. And interesting enough, things just began to skyrocket from there. God has been really faithful. And I tell my wife this all the time. He has this very evident favor that sits on my shoulders that I highly respect. And my job is just to be obedient and carry out his will and way while I help others as they try to seek their path.
So let me ask you this question. So you start out with SAP, you're an entrepreneur in terms of being a barber, you're doing your graphic designs and your web management. So, and SAP offered business solutions to major companies. So how did you transition from SAP into entertainment? I know you talked about the Gospels and that movie. We rented out a whole theater to take our church when it came out. But my question is, with SAP, were you doing media? Were you involved in anything media? How did you make that shift?
Not really. So interesting enough, it's a great story. So around 1999, which for the young people, for the millennials, there was a space called Y2K. And I was actually in Houston working with this chemical company called Lyondale. They recruited me, SAP recruited me out of Lyondale. But a lot of my counterparts were going to these .coms, which effectively were websites, but they were making, they would be sitting next to me one day, the next day they're saying, hey, we got $10 million and we're going to start a .com. And I had just got married and I just didn't feel I could take the risk at that moment. Like we were just getting established. We, getting ready to buy our first home. And so I had to sit still. There was a certain level of patience I had to show. And so what I did is I started looking across the landscape. Now I kind of glossed over this part. So I started looking over the landscape and I said, okay, I was in technology, but I said in media, I like media. And I said, but what else of media is going to change based on technology? And I knew that it was going to happen. TV has changed, streaming has changed, radio, everything, newspapers are gone, print magazines have changed. I knew that things were going to change, and .com was showing me kind of the way to the future. I decided initially to go into internet radio, right? So when I first came to Atlanta, I started what was called Liquid Soul Radio. Some people may be familiar with it. Liquid Soul Radio was 24 channels of urban music that streamed. You had to have it in your computer, and most people listened to it at work. And we had some great stations. We had merengue, salsa, broken beat, but the people's favorite station was, it was called This Is the Remix. And it was a station full of just remixed tracks. I had 15 music directors and program directors, and I invested all of this money into Liquid Soul Radio. We had a great website and independent artists, and we even had a concert series with a guy named Ian Burke who ran ASCAP here in Atlanta. So we had a concert series for independent artists, and all the artists that came through Hidden Beach, like Jill Scott, Mike Phillips, Kindred and the Family Soul, Jeff Bradshaw. We would throw concerts with them headlining and then put independent artists with them. Now, it was a great model. I invested heavily. We were making no money. I mean, nothing was coming through the door. And I eventually was able to get 3 sponsors. My 3 sponsors were Motorola, Denny's, and Pepsi Bottling. Now, here's the interesting thing. Those are 3 great companies. And indeed. I knew that I could sell, like I could close deals. I just couldn't get the advertisers to believe in internet radio. They actually sponsored my concert series. So we had money coming in now. Well, the other client that came on board was Hidden Beach and Motown. And they said, hey, you're throwing these great concert series and you got the radio station and you got a sponsor. How about you do the advertising for our artists and help us launch these artists? So we got involved in that. And that's really what kind of matriculated. So when Rob and Will were doing movies, I was doing marketing and music and concert series. And the way God set it up was that when they had that movie, The Gospel, that movie was originally supposed to go to DVD. Rob and them shot such a great film, and we started, they gave us a little money, meaning the studio actually gave Will and Rob a little money. Will and Rob hired me and said, brother, we got a little change. Can you help us create this campaign? Well, remember, we were already doing all the internet stuff and radio. So I was like, sure, we'll just do for you the stuff that we're already doing. And you guys are going to pay us for it. So we created this campaign for The Gospel, and it just took off. T-shirts, there are churches right now that still got church fans from The Gospel. I'm certain of it. So we had church fans all around the country, and all of these other promotions that we were doing. And when the studio finally looked up, they said, this film is tracking. Like, this is something big. They've created something here. And Rob and Will had already paid me. And this was the special part. This is really when I decided to go marketing. Will and Rob had already paid us to do all of this work. Well, the studio called and said, hey, we have to buy all the rights to all of the materials. And so I sat back and said, so they already paid for it, but you want to pay me again? I said, okay, I'll take that. I'll take 2 checks for one job. And I didn't even know what to charge them. And the funny thing is, when we got on the phone, I said something like, hey, yeah, we'll charge, the price is $25,000. And the $25,000 was probably the largest single check we had received to date at that time. And the man said, great, okay, we'll send a check. He said it so fast that I was like, oh, man, I know I undersold myself. He got all of this for $25,000 and was like, great. So, but at that moment, I said, you know what? There's an opportunity here because while the industry hired all of these little consultants, they had never hired an agency and seen what we had delivered in a packaged format. And so I decided, well, let me focus on that. And I did something very real. Now, as a business owner, remember the great part was I was a passionpreneur. So the company wasn't funding my life. So I could take some risks. So I decided on the Liquid Soul radio side, I said, instead of this 24 channels of music, we're going to come down to one stream, which was our called Liquid Soul Elements. And we streamed that on the internet and on XM satellite radio. It was called like XM 61 The Flow with Tracy Luttrell out of DC, who's a great person. She gave us a great opportunity. So we programmed her station on X. So we were one of the first internet and satellite broadcasters.
Wow.
And then I decided I had to get rid of all of that 15 music directors, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, listen, let's create this media company and focus our efforts now on movies. Now, remember, I had those 3 clients, Denny's, Motorola, Pepsi Bottling. I sent them all nice little letters and said, hey, while it's been great, we now are basically we would like to be released from our contracts. It was a bold move, but I told the team, because I was still working too, I said, we have to focus. And I tell them this to this day, you have to become an expert at something and fill the lane completely. So that when a topic comes up in the room, you need to be the first vision that comes in the decision maker's mind. So in this instance, if a movie executive was thinking, hey, we have to reach the Black audience or the faith audience or HBCUs or Black families or mothers, the first thing I want them to think of is, let's just call Liquid Soul. Like, why are we even trying to figure that out? And so, but I told the team, we had to become experts at that. The qualified, certified experts. And then within the company, I told each of them, you have to become experts in your discipline. So that when topics come up, I know who to point to say, that's your role, that's your job. But the key is expertise, not general. Don't be general and say, I need to know a little something. Become an expert at your space.
Wow. And so from SAP to the Gospels, and now from online radio, and now, I was so amazed when I went to the festival, film festival here, and
Bronze Lens.
Bronze Lens. Mm-hmm. I go to the festival to, with some friends to check out this debut of a few shows and meet some friends because I'm doing film as well. Run into you and find out that you're the president or chairperson of the foundation, whatever. And then I'm getting a chance to actually sit down and watch a movie that you are debuting, The Brian Banks Story. So I've known you for TV. I've known you to that point for doing some the marketing side, I guess. Mm-hmm. And fundraising side for an aspect, but now you are executively producing The Brian Banks Story. How did that transformation come about?
That's a great one too. So we were working with Tyler Perry for quite some time, and Tyler, who's a very special. I mean, we all know Tyler's a special guy, but there's these nuggets that he drops on people in very unique ways that I think it really takes root, and he dropped a seed on me that just really I had to fertilize and make some core decisions on. What Tyler said was, Terrell, you've done a great job marketing and doing all this stuff, but you put a lot of nails, you've hammered a lot of boards into other people's houses. You popped in a lot of nails. These are other people's houses, but it's not your house. You're not hammering enough nails on your own house. So while you're over there building Disney, Universal, Sony, and Lionsgate, what about your house? And I thought back on that and said, you know what, you're right. and they pay me for a service, but I don't own it. Tyler's difference was he was like, they pay me too, but I own it. I own all of this. And that really changed my perspective to say, while people can still pay me to market their films, I know the audience. I know how to market it. I know who to market it to, where to market it. Why shouldn't I market my own movies or my own television shows? And so I took it upon myself to connect with some people that could understand that vision. And I said, well, let me test this out. And I did the Brian Banks film. Then I had been working on a movie for a very long time, which was Aretha Franklin's Amazing Grace music documentary film. That film won an NAACP Image Award. It was, really my first award, and it was an Image Award. And I was like, wow, like I think I really have a knack and an eye for this. And so since then, I've been able to line up several different films, which we shot one film this fall, which was the Aretha Franklin biopic with Jennifer Hudson called Respect. So I helped, kind of amass some things for that film. And now I'm working on a great film, which is a really one of my favorite projects, which is called Hammer. And Hammer is the Hank Aaron biopic. I like telling these stories. I like telling our stories. Tyler said something recently. I was watching one of Kenya Barris's new shows, and it was a little brash, but Tyler said some things which was, he's unapologetically Black, and he wants to tell Black stories to Black people in a Black way, and he does, and he's been very successful at it. I think he has carved out his lane. I want to tell our stories too. And we've had such great success. I didn't say this earlier, but my agency, Liquid Soul, has done marketing for over 30 #1 films, 5 Academy films, and then 150 other films that have grossed $3 billion. So everything from Black Panther to Red Tails to Ride Along, to Think Like a Man, to Stump the Yard. I can go on and on. Moana, we've done animated films, action films, Dark Knight, Captain America, but then we also launched big TV shows like Empire. We worked with Turner on House of Pain. We did Power for Stars. We also worked on Game of Thrones for HBO. So I feel as though, remember that discussion about being an expert? I felt at that juncture like, listen, and my wife said this after after we did our 20th #1 film, she was like, so what major difference does 21 have? Are they gonna pay you more money? Is something drastically gonna change? And I was like, not necessarily, other than I know my craft. I am an expert. Now the question is, where am I going to leverage my expertise? And this has now been my new space to deposit my expertise, is in delivering my own films.
One of the things that I respect so much about you is with all the incredible accomplishments. You listed so long, I couldn't even name all of them, but you have managed to maintain your core values of who you are. You're the same guy. The consistency of who you are, the humility. And at the same time, in that world of entertainment, but when I look at your wife and look at your children, I still see the gleam in their eyes about you, and vice versa. How have you navigated managing all these incredible accomplishments that you probably never fathomed, but still maintain the stability of your family as a husband and as a father? How have you navigated those things?
Wow, that's a great. Well, I think #1 is my faith. I am a faith walker. You mentioned it earlier. I'm a deacon. I was brought up in the church. I'm connected. I have a relationship. I have a real relationship with Christ. I know, like I said earlier, there's a certain level. There's a robe of a favor that has been, put on my shoulders, but I also realize the responsibility of of having humility. And as there's a poem where you have to walk with kings but keep a common touch. That's the poem "If" by Rudyard Kipling. And I grew up, my dad was very modest. My dad was real cheap. Let me keep it real. He was tight, man. And he was hard. He came from a military background, and luckily I grew up in a household with a father and a mother and a well structured. I had my younger brother and my twin sister. We were middle class per se from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but dad was real focused. And I watched him. I didn't like it when I was young. I didn't understand it. Today, I tell people I don't know anyone richer than my father. He owes no man. The money he has is his money. He does what he wants to do when he wants to do it. He has what I consider to be complete prosperity, which are three things. Number one, he has great health. Number two, he has great joy. The man laughs and smiles all the time. Number three, he has total peace. He is never looking over his shoulder. He has done no man wrong. He has peace. That to me equals prosperity. So he and I've been watching that. And then he and I went through something together. My dad is a prostate cancer survivor. I'm a prostate cancer survivor. I went in for early detection when I knew that he was diagnosed, and I discovered that I had cancer. And so we share that bond of being survivors. And so the humility really comes into play when you start looking at the greater spectrum of life. And I ask people this question sometimes when I interview them, which is a real deep question for some people. They really get blown back by this. Instead of asking all the niceties, I say, what do you want your legacy to be? And when your grandchildren are standing above your grave, what is it that you want them to say about you? And let that become your destination. Not all of these, because what they won't say is, well, granddad made billions of dollars. But they want to, you would want your grandchildren to say, granddad was a great fun guy. He treated people right. He made people laugh. When they hurt, he gave an arm and a shoulder for them to cry. When people were in need, he showed up. Those are the things that ultimately matter. All of these other things are just part of a process of defining who you ultimately want to become. And so I tell people, even if you get this job, help me understand how this job is going to connect to your ultimate destiny. And if you don't see that, let's help. Let me help you, or let's figure out what that looks like, so that this job just doesn't become another stepping stone. It becomes, for what I would hope, it becomes a key asset in your matriculation to where God ultimately wants you to be and where He's called you to be. And I'm just a conduit for that. I have no glory in it. There's no response. My only responsibility is to do my part. So I've tried to be honed against that as much as possible.
Man, you're just an incredible guy, man. I appreciate your time, and this is a rich conversation. I just appreciate how you navigate, man, and just who you are. Just your being. Your accomplishments are one thing, but who you are is a whole nother ball game. And I appreciate the consistency between the two. I want to ask you two more things.
Sure.
We've had some conversations about the pandemic and some of the subsequent decisions that have been made by our governmental officials. I just want to get your take to those who are listening in terms of what you think our posture should be. Those who are shelter in place, and those who are quarantined. Just to get your take on what you think has happened, so our people can be edified. I've been hammering so much every day. I think sometimes people need a different voice. I just want the people listening to get some perspective from you. What do you think our posture, our position should be during this pandemic?
A few things. I think number one, remember I said earlier how I was a cancer survivor. I found out my dad had cancer. I went in for early detection. I wasn't afraid to find out my health position. I would hope that anyone right now that thinks they're sick or is having an issue, they got to go get tested. Yeah, it's selfish, in my opinion, to focus on just yourself and your needs and not the needs of others. So I think getting tested is one of the first things I would tell someone to do. I think with our government and what they've done, we have to get past, specifically Black and brown people, we have to get past looking for the next handout and start figuring out how to save ourselves. And what I mean by that is there was a spirit at one time in our country where we leaned on each other and we went to each other for resources and relationship. And everything wasn't always about a transaction or exchange, but it was more about how can I make sure that the people around me are doing well? Because if everyone is doing, to a certain degree at a, well at a level, we all have the opportunity to rise. So I think within that, this is where our entertainers, sports people, our clergy, as well as our politicians have to find common ground and discuss solutions, not just keep talking about the problem. In those solutions, then we all have to give something to the solution to say, okay, how do we make this work? And that's why I try to reach out to my relationships and the few people I know to say, how can I help bring this all together? Finally, I think we have to hold those in power responsible. Furthermore, we have to speak truth to power. So by holding them responsible, know the power of your vote. So when it comes time, if you don't like what's happening in your community, in your state, or in your country, you have an opportunity, you personally have an opportunity and a responsibility to get out there and demand change. What's real interesting right now is I wonder how many people have ever called their state senator or their representative or their mayor or even just a local politician, someone on the city council. These people work for us. Those are our tax dollars. All of this stimulus money, that's actually our money. That is our money going back into our pockets. So don't assume that anybody's giving us a gift. We work hard for these things, but we have to hold those people responsible by saying, okay, why am I not seeing testing in this area? Why do I not see doctors here? And if when enough people have enough outcry and they use the power of presence, meaning they say, hey, let me call other people around me on the same position, that's how you impact change. So that's that part of saying, let's figure out how to work together. It can't be everyone out for themselves. And I think many of us, and I know I'm talking long, but many of us have been romanticized by what the Joneses have and what they see and what they think is success. So people believe if I have a car and a house and clothes, and I'm good, I'm solid, you get yours. I'll tell you this, if my neighbor is bad, if my community if my people are bad, I'm bad. You can't separate me from the whole. And when you allow people to do that to us, that's where I think we fall into the trap. I'll say this final thing. My neighbor is from Pakistan. Great guy. Here's one thing that I look at. Him and all of his friends, they all own gas stations, right? Many people from that country, from that area of the world, that's an industry that they own. When they go into the nail salons, I see more Koreans and Asians. That's an industry that they own. I step back sometimes and I say, okay, what is it that we own? And some people would say, well, we own the barbershops and the beauty salons. And I was like, yeah, that may be true. But a lot of the products that we use, we don't own all of those products. So, I would hope that even as we come out of this pandemic, but also this economic crisis, we would begin to step back. And what Tyler said to me, I would hope other people would take heed to that, is stop hammering nails and boards in other people's houses. Let's now figure out how do we project, interject, and build our own and protect our communities. That's what's critical for my kids, for yours, for our generations to come, is to say that we made a conscious decision in 2020 never to get in this position ever again. If we could do that, that would mean more than anything to me.
That is absolutely incredible, my brother. And I mean, thank you. You know, you said one thing, and I want to close with this. You said one thing about, you know, the brilliance. I was blessed to see both of them. The Aretha Franklin documentary that, you know, you won the award for. Brian Banks' story, I was able to see that. You know, was able to go through and see some of the shooting for the, you know, Aretha Franklin movie about, and also you work on the Hammer for Hank Aaron. But now everything is shut down production wise. You know, AMC, movie theaters, you know, now Netflix. My question would be, how do you see TV and movies and film going forward after the pandemic? Will that be a new normal in terms of entertainment and what you do specifically once this is subsided?
There will be a new normal. There's a pivot taking place in the industry right now. I picked up a couple streaming clients. Streaming is through the roof. The Academy announced yesterday that they're going to allow streaming content to actually qualify for the Academy Awards, the things that have not gone to the theaters. There's a company, Universal, put a movie out just over streaming, which was paid SVOD, and Regal and AMC took offense. Now, do I think people will still want to enjoy the theater, you know, communal aspect of watching a film? Yes. I think once we get to a position where that is healthy and safe, I think people will be back in theaters. But I do also believe that the industry is going to have to mature and look at the fact that right now streaming and the availability of content on my own time, in my own space, when I want it, where I want it, will become very prevalent. So as a content creator, I have to now be conscious of that fact and begin to look at where and how I move in pitching my projects. As a matter of fact, I talked about pitching a project to someone this morning, and I told him, I said, hey, while we were looking at possibly doing a studio, I really think we should consider this particular project for streaming. I think that's going to become even more prevalent. But my hope is that people still will want and desire and demand great content. Do not allow streaming and other platforms to dictate the quality of the narrative, the story, and or, you know, the projects that come forward. I think that's what's going to be important. But definitely the industry is going to take a major shift.
So to the people who are watching now, who want to get into this, who've been pursuing their dreams, they are working at SAP and they're comfortable and they got this passion to do other stuff, but they're fearful to step out. What's your word of encouragement to that person who's watching, who this pandemic may be shifting them to do something different?
Oh, that's a great question.
How do you encourage them to pursue?
I love that question. First thing is pray. Before you get ready to do a bunch of stuff, and when I say pray, I don't mean say, hey, thank you, God, but no. I mean, you fall to your knees and you earnestly go before God and you ask him to send wisdom, to send people your way to help impact your life. Your fervent prayer will help alter the universe. The universe literally can shift in your direction, but it really depends on your posture and your attitude. If you are boastful, if you saying, I'm just going to go do blah, 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 I would tell you to fall to your knees first. Secondly, I mentioned this earlier, but you have to hone your craft. Don't be scattered over many different things. Become an expert at one thing. If there's just one thing that you can do exceptionally well, do that. Be the best at that. And from there, I tell people this, you climb the ladder, you can always cut across, and you can cut across at a very high level. Outside of my film companies, my other clients are AT&T, Walmart, Salesforce, General Mills, Coca-Cola. I have very high level clients, but that's because I've proven an expertise through film and television. They know that we're the experts. So I tell people, hone against that expertise. And then finally, I had to learn this over time, but make sure you put good people around you that will be invested in your vision. Now, the first thing is you have to have a vision, but then you find the right people that connect to that vision and allow for them to be great too. Don't become king of the mountain, the emperor. That I've learned there's no glory in that. You allow people to come in and leverage and use their expertise, learn how to say thank you, great job, wonderful to be working with you, encourage people the best possible way. They will go the distance. They will ride with you to the ends of the earth if they know that you have a certain level of humility, but you also have a great level of appreciation. So I would tell people, and while they're in corporate America, just enrich your utility belt. Take that project that no one wants to take, that they consider to be difficult. Go after that client that no one has been able to close, and you close them. Or take on that project that seems like it's too much, but you will come out of it learning so much more about project management and how to work with resources and how to manage people. Those are the experiences that become transferable when you start your own business, and it allows you to start the business with confidence. And that's a big part of it. Like, I have to know, I can't assume that I can go out and do this. I have to know day in and day out, when I walk in this office, I'm the right guy to make this thing happen. And so that confidence, not arrogance, that confidence comes from being able to know that my utility belt is full, that I'm an expert in these spaces. Where I'm not an expert, I've hired people or I'm working with people that are, and so I can always toss to them, and that actually makes me look good because people say you hire excellent people, and then ultimately I try to reward those people and treat them fair so that they say, you know what, working for Terrell, there's a lot of people that work for me. There's not one person that's gonna say they ain't never been paid, that I didn't pay them fairly, that I didn't treat them right, that I did them wrong. That's not, I look for them to go find greater, bigger opportunities past Liquid Soul, but knowing that this was a great place to be.
Brother, you're one of a kind, man. I respect you and I appreciate you immensely. And I continue to speak God's blessings on everything you do, on your family, on your health, on your business, your ventures, the stuff that's coming. We need your voice more and more, man. I thank you for taking time. I know you're incredibly busy, even in this pandemic, and for you to drop these nuggets like you have, you've been an invaluable resource to us in our community, and I want to thank you. And we're empowered, we're blessed.
I appreciate you.
Thank you much, my brother. I appreciate you. Indeed. Guys, you've been watching this episode of One-on-One with Terrell Whitley and yours truly. I hope you've been inspired. I hope you've been impacted. That brother is a heavy brother who shares some incredible things, and we apply and not just be hearers, but doers. I think our lives can find some transformation, and we can be productive and find an increase and not diminish even during a time of pandemic. My friends, you've received several doses of hope here on the day, and I hope you're blessed and inspired. I got to log off, but I want you to be encouraged. I know things are difficult, but please know that we will get through this with the power of God. Please know this, that God is not intimidated about what we're facing, and he will see us through. We're going to close this broadcast now, but always remember this: if you will be good to God, God will be good to you. Until we meet again, take care. Peace.
Thank you.